Alrighty, greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Andrew Kirchhoff, and welcome to today's live stream as we'll be reacting to rounds 2 and 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft. Of course, for those of you who were with us yesterday for about 4 hours, we reacted to round 1, the excitements of all the trades that transpired, and the, of course, fantasy implications that are going to follow pending those trades. I mean, goodness gracious, the fact that A.J. Brown, Marquise Brown on the move. We had a plethora of wide receivers taken in that first round very early on that are, of course, going to play a big role in the 2022 fantasy football season. But that is what we're going to continue on today. Of course, we have 2 rounds, round 2, where we'll have about, a pretty hefty amount of picks to go through, and in round 3, and then the compensatory picks at the end there. A fair slate of things that we have to talk about today, of course. For those of you who are in the chat, if you want to go ahead, chime in, ask a question, be sure to do so. I'll be sure to answer that as soon as I see it, and kind of give you guys my thought process regarding all things fantasy football and the NFL. If you have regular team related questions, or if you just have a regular question in general, send it over. Let's talk. Alrighty. So again, a lot of excitement yesterday. A lot of mulling over exactly how everything went and how everything's going to kind of go today. A lot of teams traded back. As you can see, the first couple picks of this second round, some of those teams that did end up trading back, the Vikings, the Bucks, and the Tennessee Titans. I mean, they could still be on the move. They could still be moving down if, specific teams want a player, they want to come up and make some moves here. There's always a potential that either way. I want to thank for those of you who are out here already. I mean, how many people we got? 30 in here? No problem. Thank you guys for showing up. I appreciate that. Epi, Brian in the chat, Lon, Santos, Brian, a lot of you guys that were here yesterday. Kelly, how's it going? Again, should be exciting. Sammy. All right, so let's get into this, shall we? I need to go ahead and I need to find a stream for this really quickly in order to ensure that I at least have some sort of visual reference as to what the heck is going on. Okay. So let me go ahead while I'm pulling that up, see if anybody's got any questions here in the chat. Lon sent in a question a little bit ago, said, who's going to be a top 5 scoring touchdowns at running back and wide receiver? I mean, goodness, these are questions. I mean, who's going to score the most touchdowns at each position? I mean, I think somebody asked that specifically yesterday. It may have been you, Lon, but in regards to just touchdowns in general, it seems like Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, those are the guys that are most likely going to lead their respective position in touchdowns. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that somebody could sneak up and get into that conversation, but those guys are probably going to dominate there. Wide receiver, it's a little tricky, especially considering there's no Devontae Adams, with the Packers. There's no Tyreek Hill with the Chiefs. It kind of does make it a little bit tricky in terms of predicting whether guys like Jamar Chase can have another 10 plus touchdown season, whether Justin Jefferson is going to get into that territory this year. Let's see here. Santos says OBJ said Debo and him are signing with the Rams. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Debo's under contract, so he theoretically cannot sign with the Rams. On top of that, from the interview that I saw a couple of interviews yesterday after I ended stream. I was scrolling through Twitter, just checking everything out. Pat McAfee had a couple interviews yesterday, one with Aaron Rodgers specifically. He talked about the fact that the Green Bay Packers were in on the Debo Samuel quote-unquote sweepstakes, but they don't want to trade Debo within the division. If they're going to trade him, they would have done that with the Jets at the number 10 overall position that they had been offered, and he would have been on the other side of the league. He would have been in the AFC playing for the Jets rather than playing for a competitor in the NFC. So it doesn't look like they're going to move on from Debo. OBJ probably will, re-sign with the Rams eventually. We'll see. But for now, I mean, they don't really have to. They're not hard-pressed to re-sign him, considering the fact that, again, they did spend a pretty, penny on getting Allen Robinson into the building. Let's see here. Lou says, best fantasy YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Let's see here. Let's go Broncos. Yeah, the Broncos, again, they didn't have a first-round pick yesterday, considering the entire Russell Wilson acquisition this offseason. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go about. I mean, they don't really need offensive pieces. I think they're set there. So they'll probably go ahead and address defense, continue to make it that a no-fly zone per se. Henry says, I hope the Seahawks get Malik Willis. Yeah, I mean, the Seahawks have the 40th and the 41st pick of this round. So, I mean, I think there's a very good chance that they'll either move up or they'll just sit pretty and try to grab him. Because I'm looking at the teams that select in front of them, and none of those teams need a quarterback. I mean, obviously the Houston Texans, the question of whether or not Davis Mills is their franchise guy. I mean, they're pretty comfortable with him. Daniel Jones, they haven't picked up his 5th-year option. Maybe they wanted to take a little bit of a grab at Malik Willis here early in the second, see where they can go about that. But as of right now, seems like the Seahawks are odds-on favorite to be selecting his services. Justin, thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment. Damon, says, hey, Andrew, what do you think about... Okay, I'm sorry, hold up. Who do you think is going to be the number 1 wide receiver for the Tennessee Titans now that A.J. Brown is gone? Yeah, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Robert Woods, by far and away. Now, obviously they drafted Treylon Burks with the selection that they acquired from the Philadelphia Eagles. But again, rookie wide receivers, we've seen a lot of great ones in the last couple of years, but I'm not going to put Treylon Burks, especially in an offense that doesn't throw the ball as much as, the Tennessee Titans really are a run-first team. So very seldom are we going to see wide receivers or multiple wide receivers get into that 100-plus target region. So with that said, Robert Woods, he is the veteran there. He is the better run blocker between the two. He's going to be on the field majority of the time. Therefore, I expect him to be great. I talked about it yesterday. Prior to Robert Woods getting his season-ending injury last season, from weeks 1 through 9, he was the number 11 overall wide receiver in a half PPR scoring format. So, of course, he was putting up great numbers as the number 2 wide receiver of his own respective offense. Now that you get him similar opportunity, this is a guy that 2018, 2019, 2020 was always a top 17 fantasy wide receiver. So he should be the number 1 in that respective offense, assuming, of course, he's back and ready to go from that ACL injury. David, nice to see you in the chat. Welcome back. We'll see what your Cowboys do today. Let's see here. Justin says, Joe Mixon will score the most touchdowns, in my opinion. I mean, listen, I think there's a valid argument for that. I don't even have to read your listed reasons. I'm fairly certain that he is going to be, off the top of my head, I probably have him as a top 5 back right now. Where? We're going to have to decide that, because when you're able to produce as well as he did last season, and the threats of course, like you mentioned, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, and of course, you're going to go ahead and bring in Hayden Hurst at the tight end position. You still have Tyler Boyd, who is a freak out there. When you bring in those threats, the running game becomes a little bit easier. And then you go ahead and you add 3 stud offensive linemen that are all significant upgrades from the prior season of, the pain that they suffered out front. I mean, it is only going to get easier for an offense that wants to run the ball, that since 2019 has given Joe Mixon 20-plus carries per game on average. Wouldn't surprise me if the dude just jumps and scores into that 18 to 20 touchdown region. Really wouldn't surprise me. But again, it's always tough to, get that many touchdowns. All right. Jeff Pops says, as a Lions fan, I feel moving up in the draft for a wide receiver with a torn ACL was a luxury pick. I'd rather see them add more defense to complement Aiden Hutchinson. You like the wide receiver pick? I mean, look, I think, it's tough to say whether the pick is great or not at this point, because this is probably a player, Jameson, that's probably not going to start the season healthy. He probably will miss a couple games early, might be on the physically unable to perform list until he's able to come off of that. So if in fact he's not ready to go week 1, we shouldn't be surprised. It is an investment for the future. It is an investment for the next quarterback of the Detroit Lions. We know that Jared Goff isn't the franchise QB. He's just the guy that you have on roster. You have to pay until his contract is potentially movable. And once you're able to do that, you're going to draft another quarterback next year. Of course, that draft class is going to look great. And maybe it ends up being the Alabama kid. You'll have an Alabama wide receiver with his respective quarterback. There's already a rapport there. Maybe you can start building there. But that offense is beginning to look great. Offensive line-wise, they've, of course, built up. They've got themselves Penei Sewell, of course, Taylor Decker on the left side. They had a Pro Bowl guard. I mean, he was a replacement for the Pro Bowl, but being considered for the Pro Bowl in general is good enough. So They have a great offensive line. They got the weapons. They just need that quarterback piece of the future. So I think this is an investment for the future. I agree that it's technically a luxury pick, but the Lions are not in a position right now to win a Super Bowl. So you got to build for the future, and I don't mind them doing it in that regard. Let's see here. David Fernandez says it's Burks. Yeah, I mean, look, as much as I'd like Burks to come out and be a number one for their team, it is going to be tough for me to 100% sit here and say, yeah, he's undoubtedly the number one receiver of that offense. I don't think it's going to happen, especially with Ryan Tannehill. I think he'll look to the veterans to throw them the ball. Of course, I think that the two leading receivers are most likely going to be Robert Woods and Austin Hooper. I think Austin Hooper is kind of slid under the radar. A lot of people don't realize that he was cut from the Cleveland Browns, and he is certainly going to, get himself a fair share of red zone targets over there and find himself some success. Let's not forget a couple years back, 2018, 2019, Austin Hooper finished as the number 6 overall tight end in fantasy in back-to-back seasons. He's certainly capable of being, a viable option. Let's see here. What do you think of James Cook? Where do you think he's going? The running back position is a little interesting. I think he'll probably end up going to a situation that is a committee spot. So he might end up going to, I'm trying to think, across the board. I know the Saints want another running back. I don't think they want to have Mark Ingram for their backup running back for another season. So I know the Saints want another running back. It wouldn't surprise me if we end up seeing the Jets get a running back, Houston get a running back, Baltimore as well. Cardinals need a running back. I mean, I know that they just signed James Conner for a pretty nice deal over there, 3 years. I think it was $21 million. But I think they probably want to invest. Atlanta is probably my favorite spot. If a running back of high caliber, and I'm not saying that James Cook technically is, he's nothing like his brother Dalvin, but if a high caliber running back can get into a position where they can take over the Atlanta backfield, it could be very nice. Let's see here. Docs says, let's go Vikings. Yeah, it should be interesting. Have the Buccaneers even made their pick? Like, what are these guys even doing? Like, okay, the pick is finally in. Let's go see. I gotta go check a couple things here. Any of my, goodness gracious. Let's see if I can find. There it is. Okay. Let's get back to this chat. Brian French says smash the like button. Yes, I would greatly appreciate for those of you guys who come out here to support the channel. Be sure to click the like button down below. Certainly helps the algorithm, continues to help boost the channel in terms of its exposure to the world. So I greatly appreciate that. What's up, Bruin Backhand? I see you again. I made it just in time. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, so this was a question. Would Malik Willis be an upgrade over Ryan Tannehill, even if he sits for a year? No, I don't think so. I think Ryan Tannehill's in a pretty good spot. And the thing is, they paid Ryan Tannehill a pretty hefty chunk of money. Now, I don't know how that money is spread out in terms of the timeline of the 4-year deal that he signed, but if I'm not mistaken, it was like 4 years, 140. Am I crazy? Let me go. I can find this. So if I look up Ryan Tannehill on Spotrac, I think I can. Let's see here. But I don't think they plan on moving from him anyway. I mean, I don't think he's going to be their quarterback for the next 10 years. But all right, so they signed him to a pretty hefty contract. He's got, okay, so technically he can play there until 2025, but there's an opt-out after 2023. Otherwise, the next 2 seasons he's going to have to play for them because he is owed a lot of money. I mean, the cap hit this year is $38.5 million, and then the following year is $36.5 million. His base salary in the next 2 seasons is over $50 million. So yeah, they're gonna have to keep him. I don't think they'll be drafting a quarterback per se. Don't forget about Austin Eckler. Don't worry, I'm not forgetting about Austin Eckler. Listen, as I find myself to be the resident Austin Eckler, get on the table and chant his name to the masses in support of his overall, success. So first 2 picks are in. Nope, they're not. Never mind. Did I miss C? Yeah, I misspoke. Logan Hall, defensive tackle from Houston, is going to be, so the defensive tackle pickup here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers isn't much of a surprise. I know that there were some conversations as to whether or not they were going to bring back Ndamukong Suh. That is always still a possibility if they want to go ahead and do so. But in my opinion, I don't know if they want to pay the price tag per se. Maybe if they're going to get a little bit of a veteran discount in that regard, sure. But yeah, I think they're just looking to kind of rebuild their defense, get rid of some of the old guard, which would technically be Ndamukong Suh, which would be what's his name, Jason Pierre-Paul. They need to kind of go ahead and rebuild. Of course, they took a defensive end last year in the first round. They still have themselves Shaq Barrett, so they still have young pieces per se there, but they're trying to kind of replace the old guard and not have to pay them as much. Okay, let me go back into this chat. Chris says, Andrew, what do you think about the 49ers should do with the 10th pick? Sorry, Andrew, do you think the 49ers should have taken the 10th pick for Deebo? I mean, look, they know more than we do, right? I don't have all the information. I don't know what Deebo's current gripe is with the organization. Is it money? Is it something else? Is it touches? I don't know. So if I had more transparency on the matter, I would think to myself, yeah, they're probably in a position where, ooh, the Packers just moved up, huh? The Vikings are moving back down again, man. The Vikings in their picks. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and adjust this. I'll continue on the point of Deebo Samuel. If I had more transparency in regard to knowing whether or not, like confirmed, what the reason was, then I would be able to more confidently say trade him. But I want to keep him. If I'm a 49ers GM, I want to keep Deebo Samuel. He's a hell of a talent, and he's dynamic. And you don't find those guys anywhere. Okay, so we need to go ahead. And I'm assuming the Green Bay Packers moved up from 53 to take that spot there at 34. So we'll go ahead. I got to find my Packers logo here. It's 53 right behind the Steelers. Okay, so we need to go ahead and find that. Boom, we'll unlock that, move that here. It's interesting, they're trading within the division. We saw that yesterday with the Vikings moving down, trading their pick to the Lions and helping the Lions get that wide receiver. So often you don't see it, but hey, if the price is right, teams are willing to move regardless. So I'll go ahead, move Green Bay off to the left here. If there's any other draft changes, like if Green Bay had to give up their 59th pick, somebody let me know as well, because I can adjust that on screen as soon as I know. So I appreciate that. Alrighty, so now that that's been taken care of, let me get back into this chat. Is Green Bay going to go ahead and make some noise here? Okay, I mean, I'm assuming they're going to take a wide receiver here just to satisfy Rodgers. That's my assumption, but we'll have to wait and see. Okay, why did the Vikings trade to the two division rivals there? Yeah, I don't think they're stupid. I think it's just a matter of it's a new regime. They're trying to, re-up. I mean, I'm assuming they're going into this draft process by just grabbing a bunch of players and hoping they can hit on like 3 or 4 out of 12. That's what I'm assuming is about to happen, but we'll see. The Packers selection, I'm watching it. I'm assuming I'm a little bit behind you guys. Christian Watson, North Dakota State. Yeah, they needed a wide receiver. They went ahead. They got Rodgers a wide receiver in the second round. Congratulations. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's find Watson really quickly before I give some thoughts. Obviously, this is not a replacement for Davante Adams. It can't be. Nothing is really a replacement for Davante Adams unless you're going to get a caliber receiver that is somewhere close to him. A rookie is never going to be at that level off the rip. I could be wrong, but I don't think Christian Watson is a Jamar Chase or a Justin Jefferson, okay? Now, certainly playing with Rodgers will make him better, but we're just going to have to wait and see, how that transpires. But for right now, again, we knew they needed a wide receiver. It's just going to be tough to 100% definitively say who's the number one of that team, because I think they still have a couple moves to make via free agency. I think they might have to go after guys like Jarvis or Julio in order to shore up more of their wide receiver position. But at this point, I'm just glad to see a wide receiver being drafted to the Packers. This may be a play more for the future in terms of fantasy. I'm sure that people who play in dynasty leagues are certainly going to be in a position where they're thinking to themselves, yeah, I might want to take a shot on Christian Watson because I know he's going to be with Rodgers for the next, 3 to 4 years here and going to find some success probably after his rookie year. Because again, rookie wide receivers and Green Bay just really haven't meshed in years past. They typically don't find success immediately there. mainly because of Rodgers and, you know, his lack of trust for rookies at times. Okay, so let's get back into this chat here. Tennessee already pick is in. They're not wasting any time. Pretty sure I heard somewhere that Rodgers said there were no wide receivers worth taking this year. No, I think you're misquoting it. So Nemesis, the actual quote that Rodgers stated was that the only wide receiver that he believed in the first round was NFL ready was the guy that got drafted to the Lions. That was his exact quote that I heard at least yesterday. Now, you may be referencing another quote from a different time. I don't know. But yeah, as of right now, the wide receiver that the Lions took, he said was the most NFL ready, but again, was still dealing with the ACL. All right, let's see here. Vikings give 34. They get, okay, cool. Awesome. So I'll go ahead and I'll remove Green Bay's selection here at 59 off the screen. And then, subsequently roll in the Vikings there. All right. So Tennessee went for a cornerback. That doesn't surprise me. Their corners have, I mean, I think they've drafted secondary for the last couple years now, because their secondary has certainly been an issue for them. And if you want to compete in the AFC, you have to have a good secondary when all these teams have ridiculous quarterbacks and, of course, just as good of wide receivers flying around. So, yeah, that works. Roger, let's go find this guy and throw him up on C. Okay, there it is. Boom. Again, I'm just waiting for picks that are like exciting. I want to see when the first running back comes off the board. That's really what I'm here for. There's a reason why today's thumbnail was of Breece Hall, because I'm waiting to see where this young man's going to end up, you know? Okay, so I need to go ahead and I need to duplicate a Vikings logo here so I can get them in the position accordingly. We'll paste that there, move that sucker here. All right, awesome. So Vikings at 59. Done. All right, so let me go ahead, adjust the graphic, and then I'll move back into the chat. Okay, so Vikings fans are about to lose it. No, I mean, listen, here's the thing. When I look at the Vikings, if they can make significant upgrades on their defense, or at least hit on a couple of the rookies that they end up drafting, they could be in a great position to compete for the division, right? I mean, obviously the Packers will be considered the favorite, but then very closely after, it's going to be the Vikings, because I still look at the Chicago Bears as a rebuilding process. I still look at, the Jared Goff-led Detroit Lions as a rebuilding process. So there's really two teams that are going to make huge runs at trying to win this division title. And of course, the Vikings just need a couple pieces, and hopefully they'll be defensive pieces that can get them to that area. Breece Hall to the Jets. Wow. All right. I mean, I'm glad to hear it. It sounds like Michael Carter's out of a job. All right, here we go. So let's go ahead. Let's change here, because I know the Jets traded up with the Giants. So again, I got to change up some of these graphics, but you know, it is what it is. I anticipated it today that it was going to happen. Trades are just flying around, and I love every second of it. As long as the trades just continue and it makes it exciting, we're in a great spot. Okay, so let's talk about Breece Hall going to the Jets. I need to go, actually, no, hold up. I need to move over the Giants logo just a tad bit. All right, that should be fine. All right, so let's go find Breece Hall's name. Okay, so, of course, many of us anticipated him to be the first running back off the board. As to what he's potentially walking into, of course, we all know Michael Carter was drafted last year. Outside of Michael Carter, they had Tevin Coleman, they had Tyler Johnson. There's not any competition in that backfield, to be honest. Now, of course, if they want to run some sort of committee situation, they can. We know that their offensive coordinator is a former offensive coordinator of the 49ers. They want to go ahead and potentially have a rotation as such. But Breece Hall is going to win this job. And if and when he does, he's behind a decently upgraded offensive line and is hopefully going to find himself some value. As to what kind of value, the real question when it comes to Jets running backs, and it's always been the case, is can a Jets running back score touchdowns? That's purely it. Because if he's at least able to catch the ball out of the backfield, get himself some yards on the ground, he'll have value initially. But to get to that next level, to get to the position that we want him to, it's got to be about scoring touchdowns. And if the Jets offense isn't going to be able to get there, man, by all means, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. But I think this is a great fit. I mean, we talked about it, right? Of the teams that were available, who could potentially draft him? The Jets, Houston. We talked about Atlanta, Baltimore. Of course, the Jets trade up and they strike while the iron's hot. At this point, I'm not mad at it at all. I think it's a great fit. I just don't know how their backfield's going to turn out. I'm assuming, though, Breece Hall is going to win that job, whether it's early in training camp or later on in the season. And when he takes over, he'll be in a pretty good spot to succeed. Let me go ahead. Let me check some things out here. All right, so just to kind of give you guys some reference, Breece Hall in the last 3 seasons of college, 23 receptions, 36 receptions. Of course, back-to-back seasons of over 20 touchdowns. In college, I don't really care about touchdowns because some of the teams that they play are kind of, they're mid, to say the least, especially when you're playing at Iowa State. But if I'm not mistaken, another Iowa State running back that came out a couple years ago was David Montgomery, right? So if we can get anything, close to that kind, I mean, he's probably better, but if we can get into a position where we're actively getting the ball to him out of the backfield in a receiving role, then by all means, we're off into the races. But it's a matter of whether or not he could just beat out Michael Carter. I don't want to see a 3-headed monster. I don't want to see a 2-headed monster. I just want to see a lone back. Whether we'll get that, it's tough. Again, there are very few teams that any of these running backs, in fact, could have landed that would make them automatic starters. I mean, really, there aren't any places that I can definitively say a running back could land. Probably Houston, right? Because if a running back can't go into Houston and outplay Marlon Mack coming off the Achilles a couple years ago and Rex Burkhead coming off the ACL a couple years ago, if you can't outplay those two gentlemen, then, what are we talking about, right? But going to the Jets, you got another competitor there, second-year guy Michael Carter. So for right now, I'm excited about Breece Hall's chances of taking the job. It's just a matter of whether they'll let him win it. He's going to have to, it's going to be interesting. What do we got here? Okay, a couple questions. Senior Yogurt says, how do you think Pickett is going to do in fantasy next year? I mean, is he going to be the starter? That's the question. I mean, it depends what the Steelers drafted him for. Are they drafting him for the future, or do they think he's actually immediately better than Mitchell Trubisky? I don't think he's going to be immediately better than Trubisky. Not right now, at least. Trubisky's got a couple years under his belt, and let's not forget, Trubisky played in really bad offenses. I mean, in Chicago, he really didn't have much talent surrounding him. So outside of Allen Robinson, who at least was able to perform as a wide receiver 1-2 seasons in a row there, he really wasn't, surrounded by the best offense. I think he's got a certain upgrade here in Pittsburgh. All right, Jalen. Safety out of Baylor is going to be taken here. We got Houston making another secondary draft pick here. Going up and shoring that up. All right, so we need to go and find him in this little draft board here. Where the heck is this guy's name? Okay, here it is. Perfect. Again, another secondary pick. I have no interest. I really was just waiting for running backs to be taken, and now that one has been taken, we'll have to wait and see. Man, it's going to be interesting because I think there are going to be a lot of people that invest heavily, and I might be one of them. We'll see. We'll see how training camp goes. But there are going to be people that are going to be on the Breece Hall train and want to grab him as their respective 3rd, 4th, 5th running back on roster. And there are going to be people that are going to completely avoid him because they know what the Jets offense entails. And that in itself could be a little bit of a tricky game, to say the least. Okay. Chris says, my guy FaZe Rugg announcing the Chargers. Interesting. How about that? I know his brother. Okay, so we have a trade here. The Atlanta Falcons are moving up. Interesting. They want to go ahead and make my graphic a complete mess, to say the very least. Okay, so the Giants are moving down again. So we'll go grab the Giants logo. I'm assuming they had to give up the 43rd pick and maybe the 58th. I don't know. We'll see. But we'll move the Giants there, and then we'll accordingly move the Falcons up from 43 to 38. Very well. I mean, I don't know what the Falcons really want at this point. They just gotta get better everywhere, just across the board. Now, if the Falcons pick a quarterback right now, that would be definitely interesting to say the least. Let's see here. I was hoping to get Michael Carter as my RB3, but his value just tanked. I mean, and rightfully so, his value just tanked because you got another running back there that is just as, I mean, probably more talented than him, right? So at this point, we're looking at it and thinking, yeah, unless one goes down with an injury, it could end up just being, you know, a complete split down the middle. Okay. Most teams go with a committee nowadays. I would say that that's, I mean, most teams. I'm trying to think of just teams in general that have a committee per se. Like I'm okay, so let's look at on screen, right? Tampa Bay doesn't have a committee. They just have Leonard Fournette and he balls out. Green Bay, I wouldn't consider that a committee. That's just a two-headed monster. Tennessee has one back. And then we have ourselves the Jets that are a mess. Houston that's a mess. Atlanta that's a mess. Chicago has one back. Seattle has one healthy back at a time, so we really haven't seen both Chris Carson and Rashad Penny healthy at the same time. Of course, Indianapolis is a one-back set. Same thing with the Giants. We have a two-headed monster in Cleveland. I don't know what Baltimore is going to do. One-headed monster in Detroit. Yeah, I would say that they don't have committees, but each team has a third down back that gets active per se, right? Like, though Jonathan Taylor is the lead back and he's going to get 300 plus touches, there's still Nyheim Hines in the wings. Though Nick Chubb is going to get himself 300 touches, there's still the potential that Kareem Hunt could steal 10 touchdowns this year, you know? They got those third down backs that are just sneaking around, causing havoc for us fantasy managers, which is unfortunate, but it is just the nature of the beast. Okay, so let's see here. Selection is in. I don't have any idea who the heck they're picking. I guess I should probably hop on Twitter on my phone and see what the heck is going on. Maybe Twitter's gonna give me the quickest. What the heck is going on? Why are people? Why? Okay, interesting. Falcons pick 38. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you letting me know. They gave up the 43rd and 114th. Okay, so they gave up a fourth rounder. Okay, got it. Interesting. Very interesting. Andrew, do you think? What do you think happens with Ridley? I'm assuming he gets traded. Probably next year once his suspension is gone, he'll be traded. I mean, they almost traded him to the Eagles. I mean, obviously the Eagles now have AJ Brown, so they're probably not interested in his services, but they almost traded him to the Eagles this offseason prior to the suspension. Lawrence has a strong QB2 for a super flex. Well, look, okay, here's the thing about Trevor Lawrence, right? Last year's quote-unquote rookie season wasn't really a rookie season. It was just a season of struggle, right? Like, they didn't really help him very much. So I'm hoping that Doug Peterson, who I believe to be a quarterback whisperer of sorts, is going to set him up for success. QB2, yes. He should be in that region. All right, Falcons, what are we picking here, huh? I'd love to see, you know, a running back. Okay, so they ended up picking up an edge rusher from what I'm seeing on Twitter. I'm assuming that's the case. Yeah. Okay, edge rusher. Let's go ahead and throw that up on screen and keep it moving. All right, so let's go find this guy's name in my list here. Here we go. Bada boom. There we go. Improving defense. I mean, really, they just got to improve across the board. They're another one of these teams that are in the rebuild process that probably will be amongst the the lowest teams in terms of overall win total this year. Okay, so we have Chicago probably on the clock next, I'm assuming. If Chicago does end up, I mean, maybe they ended up picking already, and I don't even know. Okay, the pick is in. Seattle's on the clock at 40 right now. So, I mean, if Malik Willis was going to be drafted, I think it would be now. That's my assumption, right? Because I look at the rest of these teams and I think to myself, unless it's the Seahawks, it would have to be the Giants or Washington, maybe the Saints. I mean, outside of those teams, everybody else that I'm looking on the screen, maybe the Falcons late 58. Nobody else needs a quarterback. Literally no one else. Or at least a lot of these teams are going to give their quarterback another chance this season. So we'll see what comes about it. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, we got all that information. I mean, to be honest, I actually really like the fact that the Vikings moved down and picked up 53 and 59. I mean, if they're just going to pick up 2 second-round players here and make them both defenders or offensive line, anything of that nature, I think that's a great trade, in my opinion. Because we always see it. On day 2 of every draft, teams move up to get the guy that they want and that they think they're worried that is going to go. So at this point, I don't actually mind the Vikings move as of late. Yo Man says, what's going to happen with Debo? He's trying to leave the 49ers. Well, here's the thing. He is still currently under contract. So regardless of what he wants, he will have to, if he wants to pull a Lev Bell and not play, by all means, he can go ahead and do so. It'd be pretty detrimental to his career. But at this moment, I anticipate that he's going to get a deal done. They're going to get it all, settled and okay with, and he'll be a 49er and he'll be playing for the 49ers for years to come. So I'm not too worried about it. I think a lot of the Debo news has been a little bit of that media swirl on top of the fact that until we hear it from the horse's mouth, which would be a Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch, until we hear it from one of them that they're going to, move him per se, then, I think it's too late now. If they were going to move him, it would have been to the Jets. So he's going to be a 49er, and I'm hoping that they get everything kind of squared away with, because he is a hell of a player and a hell of a fantasy prospect for many of us, to say the least. Let's see. If Trey McBride slips to pick 69, would he be a good fit for the Titans? The Titans have the pick. Okay, that's the 3rd round. Okay. I know they have Hooper on a 1-year deal. He could be the next Kelsey. I don't know if there is a next Kelsey. That's tough to ever say that about a player. But, I mean, do they want tight end? Maybe. From their utilization of tight end last season, I don't see that they're a team that wants to continue to feed the ball in that direction per se. But, hey, if they do it, they do it. I mean, when I think of the tight end position and teams that like desperately need upgrades at such, like I'm looking at the Giants and I'm thinking to myself, why don't the Giants have a tight end? I mean, am I bugging? Maybe I'm mistaken and maybe they signed someone this offseason that I don't, recall. I can find that exactly right now. Let's see here. So currently, dude, I got to log into this account. All right, cool. Hopefully my login credentials work here. Thank you. It didn't. All right. How about now? So currently their starting tight end is nobody. Did they just sign Jordan Akins? Yeah. Jordan Akins is their starting tight end. If anybody needs a tight end, I would assume it's going to be the Giants. Like they need it desperately. Maybe even the Saints. But I'm not 100% certain that the Tennessee Titans would be willing to do something like that. But hey, they could. Okay, let's see here. The next pick in yet? No? Okay, very well. We'll see what Chicago ends up doing. I'm hoping that Chicago picks up a wide receiver here. That's my hope. If you give the young quarterback more opportunity, they'd be in a decent position. That's my hope. Oh, look, it's Matt Forte, huh? How about that, man? Matt Forte was a monster in fantasy, dude. Whether it was with the Bears or the Jets, this guy was whew, the good old days. The good old days of Matt Forte. The guy just completely torched teams. One of the true, 3-down backs, guys that was getting it done in the receiving game. Had the record prior to, of course, Christian McCaffrey breaking it for most receptions by a running back in a season. They went with Kyler Gordon, cornerback out of Washington. Very well. We'll go ahead. So be it. I would have loved to see them go wide receiver, give another weapon besides Darnell Mooney to Justin Fields, but so be it. Rebuilding process. It is what it is. Okay, so we have Seattle on the clock now. I'm assuming Seattle's pick is most likely in. Should be interesting to see where they go. Everyone's thinking, is it going to be the quarterback? We'll have to wait and see, man. They have 40 and 41, so they can really do anything with this. I'm assuming they'll go defense for sure on one of these picks. And then if they don't go quarterback, it has to be offensive line to follow. All right, so Green Bay traded up to where? Are you referring to the 34th pick? Cheese? Okay, so let's see here. Jojo says, Andrew, how did A.J. Brown trade affect Devonta Smith's fantasy stock? I mean, to be honest, it's certainly going to dip, right? Because A.J. Brown is going to be the number one in that offense. He'll certainly be more of the red zone threat. But when I'm thinking of A.J. Brown, I'm also thinking it could have... It is crazy, though. The Philadelphia Eagles, if I'm not mistaken, they threw the ball the least amount of times compared to all of the teams in 2021. I can actually confirm this. Let me see. Let's see if that is an actual stat that I remember off the top of my head or I'm just misremembering. I'm fairly certain they threw the ball the least. So let's go to passing attempts. Yeah, they had only 494 passing attempts. So they threw the ball the least. But on the other end of the spectrum, in terms of rushing attempts, they led the league last season. They were one rushing attempt just behind the Tennessee Titans in rushing attempts. So they're a run-first team. They're probably going to continue to be such. If they want to let Jalen Hurts throw the ball significantly more, then by all means, they could, both have pretty good value in fantasy. But unfortunately, we're sitting in a position where I'm not sure they're going to be able to get, Goddard 80 targets and then feed both of those receivers 100 plus. If they're able to do so, then by all means, we're in a good spot, but it's going to be tough. I hope so. My fingers are crossed. That being said, A.J. Brown does open up more opportunity for Devonta Smith, mainly because, let's be honest, A.J. Brown's going to have to pull double coverage. He changes the math of secondaries. There's got to be a safety over the top to help with him. He's going to be the number one, so that will always open up more opportunity for the number two, which will be Devonta Smith. Crossing our fingers that his value continues to kind of ascend in comparison to last year. All right, let's see here. Is there any news regarding what the Seahawks wanted to do? Okay, so they took Boy Mayfield. Very well. They took an edge rusher. We'll go ahead and throw him on screen. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't invest in quarterback. They know next year's is the year. A lot of teams know. That's the whole. Oh, Boyd. I think it's Boyd. I think they. Is it? I don't know. Maybe it's Boyd. Maybe I have it wrong. We'll see. Okay, so let's see here. Jalen gonna be someone. Jalen's gonna have someone open. Yeah, hopefully. In comparison to last year, throwing the ball to guys like Jalen Reagor, Quez Watkins, not as fun as throwing the ball to an A.J. Brown, who will eventually get open. So, yeah, no, it should open up Jalen's game even more. Jalen Hurts should be, I'm hoping, into that top 6 quarterback fantasy conversation now. Of course, if he maintains his rushing ability and just continues to improve as a passer, I mean, we got ourselves a fantastic quarterback there with a lot of upside. I mean, we know the offensive line is still a bunch of studs up front. You still got Lane Johnson on the right side. You still have Kelsey in the middle. They, of course, signed the giant. I think he was like 6'9" as their left tackle. I forget his name. All right, so where? Oh, it is Boyd. Okay, maybe it's not Boyd. Never mind. So I had it right on screen. All right, so where are they going to go with their next pick? Let's figure this out, shall we? If it ain't quarterback, it better be offensive line. That's all I'm saying. Because if the Seahawks aren't going to protect Drew Lock, then I don't expect them to win any games. All right, what are we doing here? Yes, fantasy player, David. He'll be a great fantasy option. I'm not saying he's going to be the best quarterback in the league. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, a lot of Jalen Hurts' production is rushing in the second half because their team is down a bunch of points and he's got to bring them back and use his legs to do so because no one else is open. So, yes, for fantasy purposes, he's great. For NFL purposes, they still won 9 games last year, if I'm not mistaken. So if they can replicate that, I mean, that'd be incredible. I mean, they're going about their way of trying to do that, of course, with a couple of the pickups they've made this offseason and going forward. To fall to the Steelers. Okay, I mean, listen, if whatever happens, we'll see. I mean, the Steelers could go up for those players. You never know. What is it? Nesquik says, bro, Seattle needs Malik Willis. Surprised that they haven't already picked it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know based on the fact that only one quarterback went in the first round, it is relatively apparent that a lot of teams don't feel so confident about the quarterbacks now. If they end up picking him, that's fantastic. We want to see Malik Willis get drafted. I don't like guys that go to the draft and have to wait till day 2 to be picked. I really don't. So we'll see what happens. Okay, they took Kenneth Walker. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. They took a running back. Oh God. They're going to run they're going to run the entire season. They're not going to stop running the ball. Holy moly. I mean, oh my God. Rashad Penny, RIP. Chris Carson, RIP. It's done. I mean, this is the guy of the future. They're not going to re-sign Rashad Penny to anything more than what he's at right now. Okay. Kenneth Walker. That is interesting. Holy moly. I mean, they're just a quarterback away. Really, that's it, right? I'm looking at it on screen. They have DK. They have Tyler Lockett. They have Noah Fant. They just need a quarterback. Now, Drew Lock, right? There's no excuses for his play this year. He has every weapon he could possibly ask for. Really, but I don't get it. If I have Rashad Penny and I have Chris Carson, I'm thinking to myself, okay, do I need Kenneth Walker? I mean, they must love him. I don't know. I mentioned it earlier, right? The Eagles threw the ball the fewest times last season. The second fewest time last season in terms of passing attempts was the Seattle Seahawks. They don't like passing the ball. There's a reason why Russell Wilson is going to cook this season. Is because Nathaniel Hackett is going to let him throw the entire game. So at this point, Seattle's just going to three-headed monster run the ball the entire time with a garbage offensive line and hope for the best, and that's what it is. So be it. Till the wheels fall off. Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. They're going to throw on the ball 30 times a game and lose by 30 a game. We'll see what happens. I don't know, man. Kenneth Walker to Seattle was not an anticipated kind of landing spot there. I'm actually curious. Where does Rashad Penny's contract look like? Is he done after this season? Because I'm pretty sure they gave him a 1-year deal. So he's gone after this year, and then we'll talk about Kenneth Walker at a more expansive role next year, probably. Yeah. So as of right now, Rashad Penny's on a 1-year deal for $5 million. Next year, he's an unrestricted free agent. That's done. So let's find, what's Chris Carson look like? Where are we at, Chris Carson? What does your deal look like? I think he's probably at the end of his respective contract. I could be wrong though. Let's see here. I mean, they might just cut Chris Carson actually at this point. Chris Carson is under contract. Okay, but so that's voidable. So yeah, this is theoretically Chris Carson's final season, most likely. Honestly, they should probably just cut him. That's probably what they'll end up doing. So they'll probably end up cutting Chris Carson. Kenneth Walker will split with Rashad Penny. And then next year, when Rashad Penny, if in fact he's not able to earn more of a role in this offense, it'll be Kenneth Walker's team in 2023, and we'll see where that goes. Very interesting for dynasty purposes, right? These are two running backs that are on teams that, for the potential future, should be their number one guys. But you might have to wait a little bit for it to for the dust to settle and for them to, beat the respective other running backs that are in that backfield. Because if you guys remember at the end of 2021, Rashad Penny was no joke. The guy literally won me multiple fantasy championships, perhaps won you some multiple fantasy championships. The guy was unreal in that offense. So, if he continues that kind of pace, which I doubt, I mean, of course, you get rid of Russell Wilson, it's going to be a little bit tougher to run the ball because there's not as much of a threat as a deep passer. But at this point, we're sitting here thinking, wait, did the Vikings trade back up? They did. Okay, let's go ahead and change that graphic for us, shall we? So let's go ahead and let's move the 53rd pick, I'm assuming, here. And then let's move the Colts over. Where's Indianapolis? Where's the Colts logo I have? They're after the Steelers. Oh, okay, it's right here. Never mind. Here we go. So we'll move over the Colts to 53, which I'm assuming the trade was made for. I don't know what the Vikings are moving back up for, but hey, I respect it. You move down a little bit, you move back up, make a couple plays here. Let's see what happens. Getting back in on the action. All right. Let's see if my Twitter is going to tell me. Nope. No updates in that regard. Okay, wow. Again, Kenneth Walker, big surprise going to Seattle. But again, it makes sense. Contractually, it makes sense because if they're going to say peace, throw up the deuces to Chris Carson, and then do the same thing. They traded 3rd-round picks. Okay, cool. All this kind of jazz. We'll fix it next round. If they're going to say peace to Chris Carson, and then eventually after this year say peace to Rashad Penny, then it makes sense. Alrighty. Nesquick says, dude, Willis is probably heated right now. Dude was a first rounder. I mean, there was a lot of talk about it, but yeah, until that call, until your phone rings, you got to be positive. It sucks. It is an unfortunate process. I remember it was probably a decade ago when Geno Smith had the same thing happen to him, right? Showed up on day one, wasn't selected. The beginning of the 2nd round, the Jets moved up and grabbed him. I was hoping that something similar would happen for Malik Willis today, but thus far, nothing has transpired. And by the looks of it, perhaps, we'll see. I mean, obviously, the Pittsburgh Steelers may have hit a golden goose out there, and they have their quarterback of the future. But by the looks of it, maybe Pittsburgh overspent. Maybe they could have moved down and gotten Pickett. I don't know. Well, you never know. It's hindsight 2020 kind of thing. Because, again, there hasn't been a lot of movement at quarterback. All right. Who do you like better for Dynasty, Walker or Hall? I don't know. That's interesting. Who do I like better for Dynasty, just off rip? I'd probably still say Hall. But now that I'm thinking about it, if Hall has to compete with Michael Carter, I think he's just going to beat him outright. So I'm just going to say Hall for right now, preemptively. Again, my mind's probably going to change in the next couple days. But for right now, I'll stick with Hall. But man, it does look very enticing that Walker could just be the guy in 2023. And if you're willing to go ahead and invest in that regard, my goodness, I mean, that might be the play. I don't know. There might be another running back here that gets selected that is going to go to another team and ends up being their number one. That may be above both of them. We're just have to, we're gonna have to wait and see. Again, I don't play in that many dynasty leagues. I literally have one dynasty league, and I do not have a high pick, so I don't even worry about that. I'm just waiting for some of those wide receivers to come back down to me. So I'm not too much of a dynasty guy myself, so I couldn't immediately tell you who to draft. Because if it was me, I'd have to probably take 2 weeks to, really research every single thing that these guys have done and then kind of comb through it all. Did you see Lamar tweet about Brown? Yeah, I did see that, Nemesis. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's really pissed off right now, because he should be, right? Your number one wide receiver just got traded and they didn't really do anything to replace him. That is unfortunate. So I'd be pretty pissed too. But I mean, everything that I heard yesterday, I saw an interview with Pat McAfee and Cliff Kingsbury yesterday. Cliff Kingsbury said that they've had this in the works for a while. And then there were also rumors that Marquise Brown, at the end of last season, requested a trade. So this has been under wraps, but this has been working for a while. Penny value just dropped. Yeah, Penny's pretty much torched at this point. I don't want to really invest in that kind of a backfield anyway. I mean, let's be honest, right? The entire Seattle team with that quarterback is tough to definitively say if they have much value anyway. What is this guy doing on stage? They picked Clemson's Andrew Booth. All right, cool. That's 2 picks thus far that the Vikings have picked in the secondary. Thank goodness. We talked about it yesterday. The number one thing that I continue to say all of last season was, hey, if you have a wide receiver starting against the Minnesota Vikings, please start them because their secondary sucks. And I'm glad that they've gone about and taken that personally, and they've addressed that immediately with their first 2 picks of the 2022 draft. Great. We love to see it. They've addressed that. They're improving their defense in the secondary because, again, when you have to play against Rodgers twice a season, you better have a good secondary in place. Let's see here. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, like, if Kenneth Walker's in a position where we can, if in fact Carson is just cut this year, he could even have value this year. I mean, he could. He very easily could. But again, if they're going to give Rashad Penny the potential to win his job and maintain his job, I wouldn't put it past Penny to accomplish that, right? He's coming off of a heater of a season. So we'll see. All right, New York Giants, what are you guys up to? What do you guys want to pick? I mean, if I'd love to see the Giants probably go defense at this point. I mean, I don't think Dayball is looking. Oh, they went wide receiver. Oh, damn. Okay, they're like that though. Okay. Wan'Dale Robinson. Okay, I mean, listen, I have no complaints. I'm all about it. Anytime you can draft a receiver, let's get more guys in the mix. I'm with it. Especially considering, I mean, Daniel Jones needs all the help he can possibly get. Literally all the help. I mean, Kenny Golladay did nothing last year. We know that there's a little bit of a trade rumor regarding their last season's first-round pick. Whether or not he's going to stick around there, we'll see. I don't know. But Wan'Dale Robinson, very well. How about that? How about that? Still no Pickens. Yeah, that's interesting, huh? I mean, that being said, Cleveland does pick next. Baltimore thereafter. 2 teams that don't really have a wide receiver 2 per se at this moment, right? I mean, we have Amari Cooper, and then his next best receiver on roster. Who is it? Is it Donovan Peoples-Jones? Is he even still on roster? That's the question. And then the Baltimore Ravens. Outside of Rashad Bateman, I don't really know if there's anybody else that really going to vie for anything. So those two teams could take wide receiver here. Otherwise, after that, we still have Chicago at 48. They could make a play here at wide receiver. We have Kansas City at 50. Could make a play at wide receiver. A lot of teams, even the Colts at 53. A lot of teams need a wide receiver. So I wouldn't put it past the second round for, Pickens to come off the board. Nemesis says, your beard game is on point. Listen, this beard here has, it's become more a part of the channel than it has become a part of me, right? I could never shave it again, right? It's a part of my identity here on the channel. How many years have I had this for? I'm trying to think. I had this last couple years of college, and then I just kept it. So I'm thinking I've had this since like 2017, maybe 2016. I've had this beard for a while, so I've gone through it, right? I've let it, go through its cycles. That's why it's at its position that it currently is. But the crazy thing is, I don't mess with it. I just let it be. I don't use any oils. I don't use any of that mumbo jumbo gunk. I just let it sit natural, and we're just chilling out here. Thank you, Docs. I appreciate that. Devin Duvernay is a fine wide receiver. I think he's more of a special teams threat as a returner rather than a receiver. But yeah, I mean, listen, in the times that he's been used as a receiving option, he's been fine, but he's not, it's going to be tough to compete against the teams in his division if you have Devin Duvernay as a wide receiver. Again, a lot of what Baltimore had to deal with was Marquise Brown saying, hey, I want to be traded because this scheme does not fit my play style. And a lot of the things that I even just completely went over my head yesterday is, Marquise Brown is reuniting with his former college quarterback, right? Him and Kyler at Oklahoma, that was a 1-2 punch. There's a reason why, Marquise Brown went there. The interview I saw from Cliff Kingsbury yesterday was that Kyler was pissed after the 2019 draft that the Arizona Cardinals didn't go back up to draft him, his teammate Marquise Brown. So again, whatever you do draft a wide receiver for the Baltimore Ravens, it's got to be schematically a fit. If it doesn't fit for the scheme, then it's going to be interesting. For the Broncos, I have no clue. Good question, Chris. I have no clue. Here's the thing. If I could predict where players were going in this draft, my brain would probably explode. I'll be totally honest. I don't look at a lot of these players. I'm just here to see the offensive guys. That's it. I want to know where the offensive guys are going, and that's it. And then my research begins. Otherwise, right now, I could care about half of these guys. That's the whole point, right? Because I'm so fantasy minded. Like, I love football, but I'm so, deep into the fantasy game that I'm just waiting and just seeing who goes where. And once that's been decided, I can evaluate what their potential projections are for this year, what kind of opportunity they're going to face, and how they kind of schematically work within that respective team, and how that's going to potentially help or hurt their respective rookie season. Okay, so the Houston Texans moved up to 44, having Cleveland moved down. Very interesting. We'll go ahead and adjust that on screen at this moment. We got to move Houston up. Where the heck is the Houston logo? Okay, so there's a Houston logo there. Let's make a copy of that. And then where are the Browns going to go? Is there a Houston pick in this round? Okay, I guess not. So until then, we'll just go ahead and remove that. And we'll see. What the heck did I just do? Oh, I haven't pasted it. That's why I was like, what the heck did I do with my graphic? We'll move the Texans to 44. They took a wide receiver. Oh, damn. Out of Alabama. Okay. We like that. Let's go. Give Davis Mills another weapon. Okay. Listen, the Houston Texans, besides Brandon Cooks, let's be honest, who else do they have to catch the ball? Nobody, right? So, hey, I'm all for it. Let's put another wide receiver in the into the group. Why not? All right, so we got to move that there, and then we got to go find this wide receiver. Here it is. Boom. throw him up on screen. Okay, we'll take that. I'm glad to see it. Anytime a wide receiver, running back, tight end, or quarterback is taken, offensive line, anybody offensive related, we are in business. Another wide receiver taken. Nico Collins had okay games last season, but I'm not, too convinced that he's going to be the starter there for much longer. But hey, you never know. We'll see. Maybe he improves. All right, let's see here. What do we got? KS coming in here to troll. Thank you very much, KS. Appreciate it. Did the same thing yesterday. It's very interesting. They snatched him from Baltimore. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's the reason why they moved up, because they thought to themselves, well, if anybody's going to take a wide receiver of this caliber, still Pickens not off the board. That's the crazy thing. They still got potential. So what exactly was this trade? So Houston went up, and Cleveland got a third, fourth, and a fourth. Okay, interesting. I'm okay with that for Houston. Listen, you get the guy you wanted. It's great. What do we got? These 7-minute picks should drop to 5. Yeah, I agree. They got to be quicker. Day 3, they just go. Like, there's no more song and dance. They're not trying to sell ads at that point. They're just trying to get names, rolling. But we'll see. I'm excited to see what I don't know what Baltimore is going to do. I'm assuming, my assumption, considering they went with Kyle Hamilton and... Wait, did they move back from Kyle Hamilton? Or did they actually get him? I think they got Kyle Hamilton yesterday. And then they got Linderbaum. Those are 2 fantastic first-round picks. At this point, what do they need to improve? Defensive line, they could always get another pass rusher. Always. And outside of that, wide receiver. So hopefully, one of the 2 gets picked. Justin says, man, you took me for... I'm sorry, what does it say? You took me from almost last every year in my PPR league to second place last season. Can't wait for the season. Keep dropping videos, man. Been watching for a bit. Love your content. I appreciate that, Justin. Thank you. Glad I could help and be of service to help you win a championship. Hopefully this upcoming season. That'd be awesome. Who's taking Malik Willis? Nobody at this point. I'm looking at all these teams. Who needs a quarterback? Washington, maybe? They have Carson, and they spent a pretty penny for Carson, so I'm assuming they'll keep him for the next couple years. Outside of that, none of these teams. I'm looking at 50. Okay, let's look at some of these teams, okay? They have, maybe the Saints. So Washington or the Saints. Those are the only teams on this page that could potentially be of service or need him in any regard. Why does it say Lions selection? Oh, okay. Pick is in. That's why. Okay, never mind. They put up the wrong graphic. Who did they take? Why is NFL Network bugging? They got a defensive end. All right, that's fine. Somebody was asking if that guy was going to land for the Steelers, but yeah, he went a little bit earlier to a division rival. Okay, we'll throw him up on screen. Bada boom. So again, another step towards not grabbing a wide receiver. They went defensive end. That was the next best option, right? Next best option. Very well. All right, Detroit. So, seeing as Detroit's secondary also sucks, I would love to see them go ahead and improve that. I know they drafted a top 3 corner a couple years. Was it last year? No, it was 2 years ago. I know they did that, but they need a cornerback. They need another one at least. At least. Yes, the Browns did trade back. They got 2 fourth-round picks and a third, I think, for moving down from 44, which is interesting. I would have thought the Browns needed a wide receiver just as badly as the Texans, but maybe the Browns know that they're going to go get Will Fuller, or they know they're going to go get Jarvis Landry again. I know he's a free agent, but he could always go back. We'll see. What do we got? Belichick is taking a hybrid safety most likely. Yeah, I mean, at this point, nothing would make. I mean, the fact that they went offensive line yesterday was a surprise to me because my assumption was that they didn't need to refill the position that Shaq Mason was in, and they were going to go defense yesterday. They went ahead and they addressed that yesterday, so they'll probably go defense for the remainder of this draft per se, because they don't need running back. They really don't need a wide receiver, in my opinion. They've got a pretty packed room there. They don't need tight end. They got two guys, that they're paying a lot of money to. So it's all defense from here on out for the Pats. All right, what do we got here? What are the Lions doing? What do we got? What did they take? Josh Pascal, defensive end. Okay. So they're going to revamp their whole D-line. I'm okay with that. That, by all means. I'm perfectly fine with that. If you want to revamp your defensive line, do it. You already got one, Hutchinson on one side. You might as well put another guy to flank on the other and start, rushing the quarterback. That's fine by me. I thought corner was more of a necessity, but hey, trust me, I'm sure they know more than I do regarding what their team needs. All right, so now we're here at Washington. Washington took a wide receiver yesterday. In terms of what else they need, they're probably going defense, guys. Most likely going defense. Probably linebacker or something of that extent, outside linebacker, defensive end. Because really, I don't see why they would ever go offense. They could take Malik Willis. They could. I don't think they will. But yeah, we'll just wait and see. Okay, so a couple questions came into the chat while I was distracted. Yeah, Okudah. Yeah, that's who they drafted a couple years ago. He hasn't really panned out as of late. I think the Ravens took the thing or two from the Packers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they've ignored wide receiver thus far, but maybe they think that they have enough wide receivers. I don't know. Whatever their coaches need or think. Do you think the Steelers go for a QB? They already did, Raymond. They already did. And they already did yesterday. So they have Kenny Pickett, so they won't need to have to, worry about that. There hasn't been a Niners or Raiders pick yet. I mean, yeah, the Niners had to trade up a lot of picks last season in order to get to, picking Trey Lance. And then, of course, the Raiders had to give up a fair share in order to get Devontae Adams this offseason. Are you high on Kenneth Walker? I'm high on Kenneth Walker in 2023. That's what I'll say. Because for right now, until they cut Chris Carson and until the final year of Rashad Penny's 1-year contract ends and he's an unrestricted free agent in 2023. In 2023, I'm excited about the potential of Kenneth Walker being the lone back in his backfield and having, a lot of upside. Nathan. Let's see here. How do you like the Packers wide receiver pick? I mean, I don't really. Here's the thing about Packers wide receivers. They drafted a second-round wide receiver last year. If you guys remember, it was Amari Rodgers, right? He didn't do anything. He didn't play very much. I am of the belief that this will probably be a similar situation where he'll play a little bit. He won't play that much unless somehow, some way he becomes Aaron Rodgers' best friend in the next 6 months here. So it'll probably be the Sammy Watkins, Allen Lazard show until somebody else gets signed there. And then Christian Watson can figure it out in years to come. But I don't know how much value he's going to have this year for fantasy purposes. But in terms of team value, I mean, you draft a young wide receiver, hopefully it just pans out. Let's see here. Okay, so Washington, hurry up and make the pick so we can get to some of these teams that are potentially going to draft wide receiver. Specifically, hopefully, Chicago. I don't know. I mean, maybe they go defense again, but who do you think is going to draft Malik Willis? My assumption was that it's either going to be Washington or it was going to be the Saints. Outside of those two teams, every other team has a franchise quarterback except for once we get to the Falcons. Outside of that, every other team in this round specifically has a franchise quarterback, right? We have Mac Jones, Kyler, Dak, Josh Allen, Kirk Cousins, Tom Brady, Trey Lance. We have Mahomes, we have Burrow, we have Wilson, Matt Ryan. Kenny Pickett was just picked. Of course, we have Jalen Hurts. So Justin Fields. So just going up and down the list, the only two teams that don't have a solidified future quarterback would be Washington with Carson and the Saints with Jameis. Now, I could say, yes, of course, Mariota is not a franchise guy, but I don't think that they're going to go in for Malik this year. I think they're going to go for another quarterback next season. All right, Commanders, what are y'all up to? What are they going to pick here? They picked a defensive tackle. All right, cool. They went defense. As we anticipated. And what is his last name? Mathis? Very well. We'll go ahead and throw him up on screen. And we'll keep it moving. So, one of the teams that could have won quarterback didn't, because again, they did give up a lot to get Carson Wentz. They don't need to continue to invest. They need to win now in order for Rivera to keep his job. So the next team would be the Saints, and then it would be the Falcons. Those are the only teams that in this round that are remaining, assuming there's no trade up, could go for him, for Malik. Will Chris Carson be a top 2 running back? Chaos, you got to stop trolling, please. I mean, I'll have to start ignoring your comments if you keep trolling my guy. Do you like Andrew Booth pick? Where did he go? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, look, I talked about it a little bit earlier. The problem with the Vikings last year, mainly for their defense, was secondary. Their first 2 picks immediately are both safety and corner. They're going to retool there, and that's fantastic. They have to address that, and I'm glad that they did, because offensively, they don't need much. At this point, we're just looking at improving secondary and then trickling down, getting better linebackers, because Anthony Barr is an old man now. And you got to get somebody else to run sideline to sideline with Eric Kendricks. You can't have too many UCLA linebackers there. And then you got to also figure out how you're going to get more of a pass rush. I know Danielle Hunter's still there, but you got to get something else. So I'm assuming they'll address that in the next couple picks here. They pick at 59 next, and then they gave up a couple picks in the third, I'm assuming, to get to 42, but we'll see. Who has better receivers, Titans or Colts? As of right now, at this current moment, I would venture to say that the Titans have better receivers, because outside of Michael Pittman, I don't trust anybody else on the Colts. And at least the Titans have Robert Woods and Treylon Burks. So that's where we sit. Can you check how many Alabama players got drafted already? I mean, I'm assuming a pretty fair amount. I know Georgia yesterday, they had the most defensive players ever picked from a singular team in the first round of a draft. I think they had 5 come off the board yesterday. Georgia just, I mean, that was an unbelievable defense. There's a reason why they won the Natty, right? So, at this point, I'm sure Alabama's got their fair share of guys coming off the board. Here's the thing. Alabama has slowly but surely went from being a school that's like all their defensive players come off the board first to being a school where all their wide receivers come off the board first, right? In just a couple of years. And we love it. We love to see it. All right, let's see here. Bills might not take a running back until the third. Yeah, I don't think they need to. They absolutely don't need to. They still have Singletary and Zach Moss. When I say Zach Moss, I say that with a lot of, yeah, it doesn't really mean much, right? They have Devin Singletary. So for now, they're fine at running back, and they obviously proved that. They got the guy from Hot Ones on, okay. Safety, very well. Okay, they went secondary. So they're addressing their secondary need in Chicago very well. Good for them. They have a new GM. They got a new head coach. They're rebuilding. So now we sit here and we look at the Saints. And I think to myself, they can go safety here, replace Malcolm Jenkins. Or they can go, they did already address their left tackle position. They can go quarterback. Maybe. Could be a pretty good idea. I'm here for my Chiefs pick. Let's go. I mean, listen, if the Chiefs don't take a wide receiver, I'll be surprised. Still, I'll be surprised. I mean, I guess they have to eventually replace. I mean, Tyrann Mathieu, they replaced with a safety that they got from the Texans. They went and they drafted a cornerback yesterday. So they've already done some stuff to, reestablish their secondary. But I still think they need a wide receiver. I don't think Juju Smith-Schuster being their number one at the position is really the best way of going about it. All right, what else we got here coming down the line? Okay, very well. Kojo says they're going Ritter or Corral. Who? The Saints? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, I feel like they need a quarterback. I mean, didn't they draft Ian Book last year? Ian Book was, I think that was one of the worst performances I've ever seen from a rookie quarterback since Nathan Peterman. If you guys remember Nathan Peterman, he threw 4 interceptions in the first half of a game against the Chargers in like 2018, 2019, I don't remember. Maybe it was 17, doesn't matter. Ian Book last season against the Miami Dolphins was one of the worst performances I've ever seen from a rookie quarterback. Just purely unprepared for the NFL game. Just not up to speed kind of thing. So hopefully they're not too invested in that. And we already know that Taysom Hill is no longer playing quarterback. So he's going to be a full-time tight end from here on out. Jameis, I don't know if that's their guy in the future, but he could be. We'll see. Looking at these other teams' picks before the Broncos pick, Nakobe Dean might not be there. Yeah. A lot of defense is coming off the board. Of course, how many wide receivers? I mean, we've had 2 running backs. We've had 3 wide receivers taken thus far. Has there been any offensive lineman here? No. Literally none. Which is insanity, but a lot of those went yesterday. The 3rd round offensive lineman, I guess, are going to be the play. MV Peterson, that's funny. Let's see. I think Michael Pittman. Okay, this is from JP. Says I think Michael Pittman is going to be an overlooked like last year. Be a top 10 wide receiver. Oh yikes! Listen, to each their own. You have your own opinion. I respect it. I can't see him being a top 10 wide receiver. In order to be a top 10, I'm not even talking about targets and receptions. I'm just talking about touchdowns in general. It is going to be tough to score 10 plus touchdowns. It just purely is. It is always difficult. So if he can do it, get 8 to 10 touchdowns, then maybe he'll be in the conversation. But I don't know if I don't think he's capable. But hey, teach their own. I mean, I'm not saying he's not going to be a great wide receiver. I 100% think he has top 20 upside. Assuming they don't grab another wide receiver. Assuming they don't resign or they don't go sign Julio, somebody like that, to come and take some targets away. Let's see here. What good linebackers are left? You know what, Marvin? That is a great question. I have no clue. Over here on this channel, considering I am so invested in fantasy football, I could care less about linebackers. I am purely just thinking, where are the offensive players? So in terms of linebackers, I'm sure somebody else can answer that question, but I have no interest in linebackers in any regard or who the heck is the best. I mean, like I could go and look at the list of players I have here, and I'm sure there's a couple names that I've heard before, but really it's just like at this point, it's up in the air. Okay, let's see here. I mean, I don't fantasy. I don't think they're going to technically take Taysom Hill out of the quarterback packages that they had for him, like the running quarterback packages. I don't think they're going to. I honestly think that they'll continue to use him in a similar fashion there, but he's not going to be a starting quarterback for them. So there will be plays designed for him to run the ball as a quarterback in a wildcat set, but or throw the ball in out of a wildcat set just to kind of throw defenses off. Because anytime you have a Taysom Hill package, defensive coordinators every week when they play against the Saints have to install, hey, when they come out in this package, we have to prepare for this, this, and this. And when you have to force opposing defensive coordinators to waste their time on that kind of stuff, it's always nice. So I'm sure they'll continue that. Ben says, joined late, so I'm not sure if you talked about it. But who's the best running back prospect in the draft? Personally, I think it's Walker. Yeah, I mean, look, it very well could be. It very well could be. At this point, listen, guys, I've mentioned it before. I don't watch much college football. I literally wait until the draft has taken place, and then I go and watch my film, and then I go and analyze the entire field. Because me going and looking at a running back is nice. I can go figure it out. But I'd love to see it in the context of knowing what team he's going to be on and whether the scheme fit is going to be there, whether the opportunity is going to be there, and all of the above. So it very well could be Walker at this point. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. So the Saints took a cornerback very well. We'll go ahead and throw that on the screen. I'm getting disappointed now because there's a lot of defense coming off this board and not enough action at the positions that we are most excited about. Okay, we'll throw him here. All right, Mr. Chiefs, what are y'all gonna do? We got Pickens still available. Y'all want to make a wide receiver draft pick, please? Keep us excited. Give us a reason to hope. Maybe, just maybe. We'll see. Let's see here. What position should the Falcons focus on? I mean, at this point, they probably need defense. They probably, they should go defense. I know they grabbed an edge rusher earlier, but they probably should go defense again. Because unless they're going to go with another wide receiver and just totally tool up for next season's, pick, we're just going to have to kind of wait and see. Because at this point, the only deficiencies that I see from the Falcons is offensive guard and defense. Obviously, quarterback's a problem, but I don't know if they're going to invest that highly in one at this point. Chris says Devontae will get locked up by Surtain twice a year. I don't think that's possible. I think Broncos fans are going to hope that's going to be the case, but I don't think anyone can one-on-one lock down Davante Adams. Now, it could be different because it's not Aaron Rodgers, but I think that Derek Carr and Davante Adams have enough of a rapport to be able to get through some of these teams. And I'm sure they're both a lot better than they were in college. I'll put it like that. Let's see here. What position? Okay, so we talked about that. I can't play without IDP anymore. Really? You play IDP? Damn, I mean, I haven't played IDP since like 2012. Literally, it's been like 10 years since I've played in an IDP league. For those of you who are not familiar, that's individual defensive player, where tackles, interceptions, sacks, tackles for loss, forced fumbles, all that kind of stuff gives you points. Typically, leagues have like one IDP player on roster. I can't stand that stuff. I know people who are really into it. Like I know the best fantasy analysts for it, like that are the most accurate at giving those kind of rankings and stuff. But I personally can't get into it. I'm a snob for the offensive players only kind of area here. Please, Brett Veach, don't screw this up. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Wait, did they trade their pick? Oh, they traded down. Holy moly. Okay. So the Patriots now have the 50th pick. So who's Tyreek Hill and why do we need wide receivers on our team? That's what the good old Chiefs are saying at the moment. So we'll go ahead and we'll move the Patriots down to 50 and we'll go ahead and move the Chiefs back to 54. Very interesting. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know what the Patriots are moving up for. Again, only thus far have they moved back down the draft, so they must be going after a player they really like here. I'm assuming it'll be defense, but we'll see. Let's see here. Thomas says, "Hey Andrew, who do you think has the best? Who's had the best draft so far? I know it's early though. At this point, who's had the best draft so far? It'd probably have to be the Jets. They've had 4 picks within the first 36, potential players. I think they've gone about improving wide receiver, running back, defensive end, and cornerback all. And like I was saying at the beginning of yesterday's draft, whatever they pick, it doesn't matter. The whole point is as long as they're improving, because that's where they're at. Otherwise, they're going to continue to maintain at the bottom of the standings. So the hope is that we get into a position where they just continue to improve. Thus far, they've made really great improvements, in my opinion. So I'll venture to say that they've had a pretty good draft. I also think that the Giants are in that conversation. If we're keeping with both New York teams, I think the Giants have done a pretty good job. You get yourself a great defensive end, you get yourself a stud right tackle, and then you draft yourself a wide receiver, continue to build and help Daniel Jones. Let's see here. Where are we at? Raiders offensive line looks terrible. No, they are bad. Outside of their left tackle, they don't have anything. I mean, I mean, if you're a Raiders fan, you gotta blame. Who was the GM there for a while? Mike Mayock. Dude was just picking players like he was playing Madden Ultimate Team or he was playing My GM mode. Like he was picking guys that had 3rd round grades in the first, and he was doing that every year. Like Cleveland Farrell, bust. Leatherwood last year, the offensive tackle that they've had to convert to guard because he can't pass block to save his life. I mean, I'm hoping he's going to be good this year, but it's not looking great. Not looking great to say the least. Do you think 3rd round picks could be starters? Yes, they very easily could. But again, it's all going to be a matter of what team they're going to, right? If you're going to a team that already has an established starter, like let's say, for example, you're a defensive end that's drafted in the 3rd round. You're going to be a rotational player. You're not going to be on the field the whole time. You're going to rotate in there. But that being said, eventually they could be the starter outright. Like if you think about like Max Crosby. I think Max Crosby a couple years ago was a 4th round pick, right? We talked about Cleveland Farrell as a 1st round pick. Max Crosby was at a discount, is now going to be the starter, got a massive contract. So it'll take some time to get to that point, but I think 3rd round picks can certainly be started. That's been proven. Certainly. Let's see here. What do we got here? Who are the Patriots going to pick? What are they doing? What are we doing? Did the Jets keep their coach? Yeah, they still have Robert Saleh. They're good to go there. Defensive-minded head coach, formerly of the 49ers. What are we doing here? What's the pick? Come on. I'm interested. Probably defense, right? That's the assumption. Oh, he's letting the kid announce it? That's awesome. That's great. All right, they took a wide receiver. Oh my gosh. Is that right? All right. They're just giving Mac Jones weapons. I didn't think they needed a wide receiver. I thought they spent enough money this offseason. They traded for Devontae Parker. I thought they had enough. But hey, sheesh. They go get a wide receiver. And it's funny too because the Chiefs who needed a wide receiver are like, yeah, let's just move back because we can wait. All right, very well. All right, so let's go ahead and Let's grab Thornton, throw him up on screen here. Where's Thornton? Do I not have him on my list? Is he one of those kind of guys where he's just completely out of left field? Why do I not have him here? Oh no. I don't even have him on my list, dude. I have 500 players. He's not even on my list. Who is this guy? Does anybody know this guy? Anybody watch Baylor football? Actual question. Actually, like, what is, dude? I'm gonna have to go into Photoshop now. I'm gonna have to crank out a graphic real quick. What the heck? What are they doing? This guy's not even on my list. And I have 500 names on my list. What? It's not even an oversight. What is Bill Belichick doing? I love it, dude. Bill Belichick always keeping people on their toes. I respect it. All right, I need to find where's my graphic so I can just make this damn thing. Where art thou? Okay, let's do it. I think it's in here. I could be wrong. Let me go find my graphic. Here we go. So what we need to do is gotta find this guy's name. Taekwon. All right. Thornton. Wide receiver. Done. Okay. Let's save this as a file. And then we can throw him up on screen. My goodness. Only Bill Belichick would do this to me. All right, so my Photoshop days are done. We can close that. And then I need to find, goodness gracious, here we go. We need to find this file on my desktop now. Here we go. Perfect. And then adjust it and send it. All right, so let's go ahead. Scrunch his name. Not that much, goodness. Throw him up on screen and we're good to go. All right. Who's on the clock? The Eagles. All right, Eagles need secondary. Got to move this guy to the wide receiver section of my OBS, and we'll do that right now. Done. Okay. Very well. That was a interesting turn of events, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but hey. Apparently he runs a 4-2. All right. So they got themselves a burner. 4-2-8. Sheesh. How about that? 4-2, huh? So they wanted to get themselves just a guy that can stretch a defense. I mean, that makes sense. Add another weapon to the arsenal that Mr. Mac Jones has. Might as well. Chris says, I wanted JT on the Broncos. He was so good on Wisconsin. Yeah, he was great. But hey, I mean, listen, you guys got Javonte and then Melvin Gordon probably for another year here until they're going to let Javonte Williams run free. New England knows how to keep us guessing. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. Okay, so defense come off the board, wide receivers come off the board, and that's pretty much been it as of late. The Eagles probably go defense. I have no clue what Pittsburgh wants to do. I'm hoping they go offensive line. Indianapolis Colts at 53 need a receiver themselves. Would it be a bad idea to grab one there just to kind of help Matt Ryan out just a little bit more? But we'll see. I hope Nakobe will be there until the 59th pick. It's possible. I mean, I don't think he will be, to be honest, but we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. Bill found him in a parking, in a park playing flag football. Yeah, might as well have. It's interesting. A Baylor second round wide receiver. Never would have thought to see that. All right, what do we got here? Center. Okay, well, I mean, it makes sense to grab an offensive lineman, and they're drafting a guy to replace Kelsey next season. Very well. He'll learn from Kelsey in the next year, and then he'll take over his job in the future. Okay. Jurgens. Let's go ahead and throw your name up on screen. Very well. Makes sense. I mean, you're drafting for the future, right? So he doesn't have to play this year. I mean, he could always play guard if, an injury happens to another guy, or if Kelsey goes down with an injury. But for right now, he is a 2023 starter. Until then, until otherwise noted, that's what the case is. All right, let's see here. What's going on with Willis, says Maurice. A lot of the teams that have already selected do not believe they need quarterback. I'm looking at the rest of the teams in this given round. Outside of Atlanta, no one else needs quarterback. I guess technically you could be like, yo, why don't the Tampa Bay Buccaneers draft him? Because they're going to have Brady gone in a couple years. Sure, maybe. You can have that conversation. But for right now, nobody needs his services. So the fact that the Seattle Seahawks didn't take him at 40 and 41, the fact that Washington and the Saints didn't take him at 47 and 49 leads me to believe that he will be a third-round pick as it currently stands. I don't think anybody's coming up to make any plays on him. What else do we got here? Steelers take wide receiver George Pickens. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Wow. Didn't expect that. Of all the teams, literally, of all the teams that you would have asked me, Andrew, who's going to take a wide receiver, I wouldn't have told you it was going to be Pittsburgh, because I look at Claypool, who was just on stage, and I think Deontay Johnson, I think they got their 1-2 combo. They can go get, guys later on in the draft, but I mean, we were waiting for Pickens to be drafted, and it finally happened to a team that we really didn't expect him to go to. I'll take it, though. So be it. More weapons for the, Pickett to Pickens, I guess is what people are going to say, right? Wow. At 52, it's great. I'm reading on Twitter right now from Ian Rappaport. He said Pickens was a passenger in a car crash a week ago. Cited for not wearing a seatbelt with his head hitting the windshield. So maybe teams were afraid that he's an idiot and he doesn't wear a seatbelt when he's driving. I don't know. Interesting. Very interesting. And with quick work, the Colts immediately draft the wide receiver, Alec Pierce, out of Cincinnati. They needed it. They absolutely need a wide receiver. Great for them. Glad they were able to pick up one. We'll throw up Alec Pierce onto the screen. The wide receiver position, man, it has got a lot of depth. I'll tell you that much. And it is when guys like what's his name? Tyquan Thornton are being picked that I don't even have on my board. It's crazy. Concussion already? Yes. He has CTE already from the car accident, probably. So we'll see. All right. So 54, we have the Chiefs. So the Chiefs, since trading back down from 50 overall to 54, have missed out on 3 potential wide receivers that they could have taken. I'm assuming they have someone that they like and they were willing to move down to grab. As to who that ends up being, we'll have to wait and see. But wait, I'm sorry. What happened? Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm about to say, I thought the Chiefs weren't on the clock. I'm pretty sure they're on the clock. I don't know why it would say otherwise. Let's see here. All right, come on, internet load. Thank you. All right, so after the Chiefs pick here, which they probably won't pick a wide receiver just to mess with all of us, I'm assuming the Cardinals, considering their offense is pretty stout, will either have to go offensive line because they already have solid players at wide receiver, running back, and tight end. So they either go offensive line or they try to improve their defensive line, considering they no longer have the services of one Chandler Jones, who went over to the Raiders. I know they have Marcus Golden on the other side of J.J. Watt as an end ish, but I think they could end up going edge or a rotational guy as a pass rusher. Defensive end wouldn't surprise me in this regard. Interesting stuff, man. Okay, so some of these higher caliber teams are going to be picking here. Interested to see what Buffalo wants to do here. Again, Buffalo could go running back. A lot of people have talked about that. So could Atlanta potentially. Any other one of these teams want to go running back? Everybody else has running backs at this point up and down the board. Then it would just have to be whether or not any of these tight ends or of Sky Moore. Yeah, could be very easily another wide receiver there that could have gathered enough interest, or these teams think schematically fits for them. Very easily could be. Pace, please trade up and get a wide receiver or offensive lineman, says Maurice. I mean, listen, I wouldn't put it past them, but at the same time, I don't know. The trade ups are really, really interesting. I don't know. I don't understand why New England traded up for that wide receiver. Unless they had an inside track and they knew that Pittsburgh and or Indianapolis wanted them. I mean, we know Bill Belichick has cameras and microphones in the Colts facility all the way back in the day from when Peyton was playing. So he's probably listening into their war room. He probably already knew they wanted him, so he went and beat him to it. That's the only reason why I would assume they would have moved up from 54 to 50. I just don't get why they would, But either way, what do we got here? Are we going to have a pick here? No, maybe not. All right. We're waiting until Mr. Andy Reid with the Hawaiian shirt is going to make a move here. I mean, they have Juju Smith. They have Marcus Valdes-Scantling. Do they really think that's enough to replace Tyreek? I guess they do. Matthew says, I just joined, but why did Seattle take Walker? All right, so my assumption, the only logical reason as to why they would have is because they're going to cut Chris Carson, and then Rashad Penny's on a 1-year deal, which will make him an unrestricted free agent next year. And then next year, 2023, Walker will be their starter from, down on out. So at this point, that's the reason why they took him at 41. Do I agree with the pick? It doesn't bother me. I'm assuming a lot of Seattle fans were thinking they were going to get a quarterback at 41, but yeah, it's interesting that Walker went there of all places. Because I would have thought, hey, I mean, Rashad Penny played well enough last year to at least earn more opportunities, but they're keeping him on a short leash because they know of his injury history and all that kind of jazz. All right. What do we got here, Chiefs? What are we doing? Are we going to pick Sky Moore? What are we doing? Yep, Sky Moore. There it is. Okay, very well. Had it ready to go. I was already hovering his name. I mean, that was the best available wide receiver on the board. So here we go. This is going to be interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. The Chiefs are just so interesting at this point. Without Tyreek Hill, it's still going to be the Travis Kelce show, but now it's just a matter of like, where are they going to? I mean, yeah, they're just going to put Marquez Valdez-Scantling on the outside on one side. They'll put Juju on the inside slot position, and then Sky Moore on the other outside. That'll rotate with, I'm assuming, McCole Hardman until he can earn his starting job. We'll see. But yeah, I'm okay with that. The fact that they got a wide receiver finally. I mean, by all means, they needed one. A lot of wide receivers. I mean, how many wide receivers have been drafted today just already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I think there were about 7 in the first round as well, or was it 6? I think it may have been 8 actually, but wide receiver position, man, flying off the board. I like this. They're making quick work of these picks. Let's go. Come on, Arizona. Pick defensive end or offensive line. Honestly, they should go offensive line here just to protect Kyler, but I don't know if they're going to be on the train. They took a tight end? Oh, goodness. Dude, they're loading up on weapons. Holy dude, this team is, I mean, they planted their flag. They're saying, yo, we are trying to win a Super Bowl now, or in the next 3 to 4 years, because we have the weapons and we're just trying to keep our quarterback happy so that he doesn't ask for too much money. Trey McBride. Wow. Okay, I'm with it. Look, the thing is, we all know the narrative about rookie tight ends in fantasy football. That being said, it does hurt a little bit of Zach Ertz's value, but I don't think it's going to make that much of an impact because Zach Ertz wasn't in line for an insane amount of targets anyway, considering the Marquise, Hollywood Brown move. But hey, man, these guys got this. Only helps Kyler. Like fantasy purposes, Kyler is continuing to go up in terms of value every single day thus far. So it keeps getting better for the guy. It's crazy. Just take Kyler and be happy with it. You don't have to invest in any other Cardinals, really. You don't. I mean, I guess you could if you wanted to go after, James Conner as like a, hey, he's going to be my RB2. I can get him in the second or in the third round kind of thing. Assuming he's even there. I don't even know at this point. But yeah, if you just take Kyler at this point, you're in a good spot. All right, Mr. Dallas Cowboys. I thought Dallas Cowboys had a good chance of taking a tight end, mainly because they just franchise tagged Dalton Schultz. And maybe they were considering, hey, we want to have leverage over Dalton Schultz next season when we try to give him a bigger contract. Let's go ahead and draft a tight end. I thought that could have been a case, but at this point, we'll see. I have no idea what they're going to do, man. I love it, dude. When there is skill positions coming off the board, wide receivers and tight ends, running backs, love to see it. Offensive line as of late. I mean, we've been on a little bit of a hot streak here on offense. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to get the Cowboys to draft a receiver. I don't know. I doubt it, but we'll see. Chris says, no way Cowboys go linebacker right now. I think they should. Kyle, is it Vander Esch? He's washed at this point. So they need to replace him. Find a replacement for him, preferably. If they do so, that's great. Let's see here. What do we got? They're taking a defensive end, Sam Williams. That's fine because they obviously lost Randy Gregory to the Broncos, so they're going to need an edge player. But Vander Esch he's washed up right now. I mean, they reluctantly gave him an extension for 1 year, really low amount of money. So if he doesn't really shape it up, he's going to be a free agent real soon. All right, Buffalo. I mean, at this point, if Buffalo goes defense, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so again, like we were mentioning earlier, if in fact somebody was going to take Malik Willis, it would be the Falcons at 58. Probably won't be them, but it could be. Could. Tampa Bay traded up for who? Where did they move to? I can go check. Let's see here. So Tampa Bay is on the clock. Dallas moved down? Yikes. Or sorry, not Dallas. Buffalo moved down. They swapped. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead. Yeah, because Dallas just made their pick. Sorry. The Buffalo Bills moving down. I mean, I guess if you're only moving down 3 slots, it's not a big deal, but you just better hope that they didn't want the player that you want. Let's move them down. Move the Buccaneers. Where's their logo? Buccaneers logo can move up. Very well. Not sure what they want here, but they obviously made it a point to move ahead of the Falcons to do so. So it must be a player that potentially the Falcons or Vikings may have been in need of. That would be the only potential mindset that I'd have if I want to move up a couple picks here to just make some noise. Okay, what do we got here? I mean, if the Buccaneers drafted the linebacker that everybody's talking about in the chat, would we be surprised? I mean, I know Levante David's like in his 13th season, right? They're gonna eventually have to replace him. I know he's really good, but he's gonna eventually have to be replaced. You can't play for that long, right? Am I crazy? Willis to Tampa Bay, that'd be crazy. That would actually be crazy, because it'd be pretty nice to see a quarterback learn behind Brady for the next couple years and then try to take over. But again, we don't know how long Brady's playing for. The guy could play until he's... I mean, he just produced last year like career historic numbers. The guy's been playing for 50 years now. And he had the second best fantasy season of his career, had the second most points per game average, had the most passing attempts he's ever made in a season. The dude was just, unbelievable, to say the least. So at this point, thinking to myself, he could go until he's 50, but we'll see. What is this? Well, they jump the Falcons, so we'll see what the Falcons do. Yeah. No, Trask didn't die. He didn't. But do we really think that Trask is gonna be the guy for them? That's the question. I'm just throwing in hypotheticals. I'm not saying it like it's gonna happen. Always want to play the hypothetical game. All right, let's go. Let's make a pick here. And we're not even... How many hours have we been here? We've been here for 2 hours. We're not even done with the second round, and it's been 2 hours. My goodness, what a... Hey, Titus O'Neil, how about that, huh? Making the pick. Titus O'Neil, man. I used to watch WWE. Titus O'Neil. This dude, I remember. I don't actually remember. Did he even have a title run? The guy was like a tag team champ for some time, right? They took a tackle? Really? Okay. They're going to shift him into play left guard for a little bit, and then they're going to probably move him out to tackle in years to come. Awesome. I mean, they needed to replace Ali Marpet, who retired, right? So, and then they also needed to replace the other guard that they lost to Cincinnati. So, okay, we'll take it. They moved up to steal an offensive lineman from the two teams that after technically did need interior offensive line, or, the Falcons certainly need a guard, to say the least. So let's go find this guy. Where is your name, buddy? Where is your name? Here it is. Boom. We'll throw him up on screen. Protect Brady. Keep it moving. All right, next. Let's see what the Falcons are on about. Hoping the Falcons just stick to their script. Their script being keep Marcus Mariota. But hey, if Malik's got to go somewhere, this could be one of the spots. Again, let's not forget Carolina does pick soon. Carolina could go after Malik Willis in the future. So in the next round, there's always a potential of that. They could try, try to move up and make a play there. But for right now, if this isn't the pick, then it's gonna be we're gonna have to be very patient to see if a quarterback move off the board. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, Barr definitely needs to be moved on from. I don't think they need Anthony Barr anymore. I mean, I don't. How many games did Anthony Barr play last year? Like 5 or 6? Like he barely played. He was injured the whole season, right? So it's interesting. What do we have? Come on, Falcons, hurry up and make this pick, man. We got so many more picks to go through. They're still lagging it. Arthur Blank is on the phone with somebody. Okay, thank you. I have no indication from Twitter as to what the heck is going to go on down. They got the water show over there in Vegas. Oh my gosh. All right, Falcons, hurry up and make your pick. We all want to see it. Warwick Dunn is making the pick. Why don't you guys draft a running back while you're at it, huh? What are you guys taking? Come on. They took a linebacker? All right, so be it. Moving on. Troy and... Wait, why are they showing highlights of the wrong player? Wait, did this guy play quarterback? Am I crazy? Wait, did this guy play quarter? Is this guy Taysom Hill but plays linebacker? I don't understand. What kind of highlights were they showing there? I don't get it. All right. Anyway, I don't even know what I was looking at there because they were showing a quarterback running the ball. Yeah, this guy literally used to be a quarterback and now he's a linebacker. What? What is even that? Is this guy the next coming of Taysom Hill? What is this? Over Dean? Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm confused. Why? What is this? The only film they showed of him is throwing the ball. Like, what are we doing? Dude, if Minnesota gets Dean, this will be another one of those years where they're laughing in the war room because somebody picked Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson. It's going to be another one of those years. Do you believe Deion Jones is still an asset in Atlanta? Yeah, I do. I think he's one of the better inside linebackers in the league. So yeah, I mean, I think he is. As to whether or not some of these other, whether they think he is, that's up for debate, I suppose. Very interesting though. All right, Vikings, what are we doing, baby? What do we got here? They picked the guard. Oh my god. I mean, look, for fantasy purposes, I love it. I love it because this helps Dalvin Cook. This helps their quarterback and then subsequently will help their receivers. So I have no problem with this. Ed Ingram, thank you very much. Welcome to the squad. For those of you who wanted linebacker, it is what it is. We're just going to have to live with it, boys. Oh, man. All right, where's Ingram's last name? I gotta grab him, throw him up on screen. Very well. Look, don't get me wrong. The Vikings needed offensive line. Certainly, it's undoubtedly they need offensive line. They've got a below average offensive line. Their scheme in the last couple years has obviously played priority in terms of showing that they don't really need the best offensive lineman, but if you can improve there, it'll certainly help. But I mean, very interesting. Anybody opposed to the Bills drafting the linebacker? Anybody? Because it seems like the Bills have just played everybody. They move down, they get extra picks, and they might get the player they wanted the entire time. I don't know. It may just be the case. It may just be. I don't know. Holy moly. All right, Vikings. You guys are making the call. Hurry up and get it. I mean, Buffalo, make the call. Let's get it moving. We're trying to get to the third round, okay? There's a lot of other names that need to be mentioned. I mean, here's the thing, right? Buffalo yesterday made one selection. It was a cornerback. So if they go and they improve defense again, whew, I mean, they're already difficult to stop offensively, right? You have Stephon Diggs, Gabriel Davis, Dawson Knox, Singletary, and of course, Josh Allen is a handful considering how much this man runs the ball. So if you just continue to improve defense, I mean, that's the way you beat teams like Kansas City, Cincinnati. You're gonna have to stop their opposing quarterbacks from scoring, and the best way to do so is improving defense. Wait, there's a trade. Okay, Cincinnati wants some action. Cincinnati moved into number 60. Okay, interesting. Let's see it, huh? Okay, all right. Let's go grab the graphics here. Let's go move some players around. So where are the Buffalo Bills? Okay, so we have the Bengals here. We can move them up on the list to 60. Buffalo is going to move down to 63. Buffalo is just taking their sweet time. They know the player they want is still available and probably not going to be selected. So they're just going to continue to rack up picks and enjoy doing so. I need to make this Bengals logo a little bit smaller. Actually, a little bit bigger now. All right, that's fine. We'll keep it as such. All righty, huh? How about that? Up to 60. I mean, the Bengals, man, they had a great playoff run there. I didn't see it coming. I don't think anybody saw it coming. But if they just keep making improvements, they're definitely going to be in the conversation of being one of those teams in the AFC that's really a team you don't want to see in the playoffs. They're going to get to that point. I mean, they don't need offensive line. They don't need wide receiver. They don't need running back. Tight end, maybe? I mean, we already saw McBride come off the board. So, I mean, they don't need tight end. They have Hayden Hurst. Hayden Hurst can get the job done. Like, they didn't use CJ Uzama that much. So, my assumption is that they still aren't going to use a tight end that much. They'd much rather just keep a tight end for blocking purposes. So I'm kind of thinking this is defense. It's pretty safe to assume it is a defensive pick. Let me move over the Bengals logo, just a couple clicks. 49ers next on the clock. I mean, what do the 49ers need? I mean, at this point, they've already gone ahead. They picked up a couple offensive linemen because they lost Lincoln Tomlinson. He went over to the Jets. They don't need running back. They don't need quarterback. They really don't need wide receiver either. They don't need tight end. So my assumption is that the 49ers are going D-line or they're going secondary. That's my assumption. But we'll wait and see here. All right, boys, come on. Let's see it. Hurry it up. Okay. What did David say? They traded down again. They'll get Dean for sure. I mean, look, if that's going to be the case, if they've just, racked up a bunch of picks just to go ahead and sit in that kind of a comfortable position, that'd be an absolute W for them. Chris says they need a corner or a defensive tackle. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's possible. We'll see what they end up doing here. JWiz2000 says, you got the best visuals, brother. Always enjoy seeing your very organized and detailed rankings. Yeah, listen, next season, the graphics only get better. I'll tell you that much. Literally only get better. I always try to improve. I appreciate the compliment. I'll be sure to relay it to my graphic guy. Yeah, we take pride in trying to make sure that we have the best looking graphics that we possibly can, that are easily digestible and, of course, look good, right? Because this is not a face for television. This is a face for radio. And anytime we got to put something next to it, it's got to be pretty so that it off balances it. But I appreciate that, Jay Wiz. Thank you. All right, Bengals, what are we doing here? All right, make the pick. Hurry up, read it out. Let's go. Set up the name so I can find it. They went cornerback again. All right, cool. Very well. I mean, my assumption was that cornerback was probably a need because of what Cooper Kupp did to that. I don't even remember. What was it, Eli Apple? I think they signed Eli Apple for a 1-year deal. So, yeah, they need somebody to kind of take over after Eli Apple's tenure with them is done. Gotten himself embarrassed out there. Everybody was just wailing on him on Twitter after he gave up a couple of TDs in the Super Bowl. Yeah, it's weird that Dean hasn't been taken. All right, so here's my assumption, Kojo. And for those of you who are wondering why Dean hasn't been taken, my assumption is that there has been something in the last month that has led teams to believe that he is not worth the investment, whether it's off the field issues or something in interviews. There must have been something, or maybe an injury undisclosed to us, that perhaps is now apparent to a lot of these organizations, and they're avoiding him because of this. Because usually talent shouldn't drop as much as it should. We've seen players drop pretty good amount because of things that are outside of the game of football, off the field issues, and maybe this could be one of them. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it all transpires. I could see the Niners going Travis Jones, says Michael. I mean, wait, what the heck is this? Did Breece Hall not walk onto the thing before? Why is he out of a suit? What the heck is going on here? I'm so confused. Was he at home and then was he in the hotel room? Then he drove over to. I'm so confused. Whatever. Matthew says scanning Twitter. I think it was a labrum injury being recovered. I mean, that could be the case. There's a lot of things that, I mean, also, right? All these teams get the medical examinations, the physical reports on these players. They're not going to draft a player that is injured. Or if they do, they at least know that he's injured. They don't want to make any ill-advised decisions. So that's the only thing that could make me think why a player of that caliber will move down on boards. Who picks Malik, says Nick. As of right now, nobody in this round, but in the following round, let's see. Let's go find third round selections. Let me look at the draft order. I have the graphic. I just don't need to pull it up right now. Starting in the next round, we have Seattle picking at 72. We have the Falcons again at 74, but I doubt that they take them. The Giants at 67, potentially. I doubt it, though. Outside of that, maybe the Lions at 97. I mean, at this point, it's not looking good. I'll tell you that much. It's not looking good. Okay. So have the 49ers made their pick? Are we doing it? Come on, 49ers. Brees Hall with the nice braces. There you go. You got to fix them teeth up. Got to do it. Imagine if the Cowboys did that. That'd be hilarious. There'd be so many. I mean, it just didn't make sense, right? Why draft a quarterback if you already have a quarterback? That's why my entire assumption is that we have to wait till the teams that don't have a quarterback, which would be Atlanta, Washington Commanders, New Orleans Saints, I mean, Carolina, those are the only teams that really could make a play for them. And by the looks of it, they really don't need to. They're putting Brees Hall on the same level as some of these other running backs. Interesting. Very interesting. Is the Chiefs receiver Sky Moore any good? Yes, he is good. I mean, while you're on YouTube, open up another tab, just look up Sky Moore highlights. You'll be able to kind of get a quick glimpse of it if you're, not going to watch the full film. That's the best way to just absorb it. Okay, so the 49ers take a defensive end out of USC, Drake Jackson, with their 61 overall pick. Okay, Drake Jackson, we'll go ahead and throw you on the screen here. Where are you on my graphic? There you are. Very well. They went defensive end. It was either defensive end or secondary, right? That was the whole play that they needed to make. So they went defensive end. Very well. Kind of could play. I don't know. Is he hybrid? Can you play outside linebacker? Because if he could, then we got a player there, right? Outside of that, Chiefs are next. Then we have Buffalo, and then we have Denver making their first pick of the 2022 draft, which would be interesting. Is the Packers Watson pick good? I mean, anytime they get offensive weapons, it's nice. Are they going to be able to replace the contributions of Davante Adams? Absolutely not. But they're going to try. Is he any good of a wide receiver? Of course, he's a good wide receiver, right? There's a reason why he was selected early in the second. So, but is he going to make immediate impact? That's always the concern. All right, let's see here. 49ers love their D-line? No, of course. They should. I mean, again, there's a reason why defensive linemen are paid as much as they are. Outside of, cornerbacks and defensive line, those are the two most important defensive positions right now in the league. The players that run after the respective quarterback and bring them to the ground, and the players that cover, from preventing that quarterback from torching them in the secondary. Linebackers, obviously they're ignored as per usual. Travis says, I've been sub since 2K. Damn, you've been sub since 2000 subs. Wow, that's crazy. I see you, Travis. Appreciate the support. Brandon says, how long have you been playing fantasy football for? I've been playing since, my assumption is 2000 and I think it's 2007 or 6. I don't remember the year. It's one of those years. My first ever season that I played fantasy football, I let it auto draft because the first ever season I played fantasy football, if it was 2006, okay, if it was 2006, theoretically, it would have made me 11 years old, which makes sense to me hearing it. Actually, maybe 12. So maybe it was 2007. I let the team auto draft itself because I had no idea any of the players. I ended up getting a good team. Don't get me wrong. I remember my first team. I had Calvin Johnson on it. I had Drew Brees. I had Marion Barber. And those were like the 3 highlight players that I remember having. I think it was Calvin Johnson's rookie year, though. So it wasn't like the insane Calvin Johnson. So whatever year that is, we could figure it out like that. Calvin Johnson. Let's find his rookie season. And that's when I started playing fantasy football. 2007. There it is. So that's when I started. So that would have made me 12 years old at that point. How about that, huh? It's been a while. I've been playing for 15 years. So that's the answer. 15. You know, the crazy thing is, I've been playing for 15 years and I still get things wrong. You want to know why? Because this game is the hardest game on earth because it is unpredictable. As much as I'd like to predict everything, and as much as I sometimes do get things right, it is still just as unpredictable because of the amount of variables that are unaccounted for, injuries, things that we don't know, the pertinent information that they don't tell us. You can be high on Brandon Ayuk during the offseason, but guess what? You get into the season and Deebo Samuel's the monster on the team. Even though you knew there was going to be a 49ers wide receiver that was going to be great, all of a sudden it's the opposite one, It's just stuff like that just sometimes is crazy. David said Rams had no pick yet. No, they have not picked yet, and I don't think they'll be picking until 104, which is the compensatory pick at the end of the third round. So the third round, theoretically, right, as we should all think, would end at 96, but it doesn't. The third round, there are compensation picks for players that were like restricted free agents that left. You are awarded a pick at the end of the third. So that's when they'll first pick. I don't really care what they pick because they're Super Bowl champions and no one can take that away from us. So I'm happy about it. We're good. What do we have here? Who did the Chiefs pick? I was thinking about fantasy football and how long I've been playing for so long. I didn't even know what the Chiefs ended up picking. Anybody got an update for me? I'll look at it up right now. Hold up. What the heck did the Chiefs do? The Chiefs went with a Brian Cook out of Cincinnati. What does he play? He doesn't even say his position. Am I crazy? He's got to be a secondary player, right? Because his name is not familiar to me at all. I'll go look it up. Let's see. Is Cook in the secondary list of players that I have here? Yeah. He's a safety. There we go. I'm about to say, I was like, looking at his name, it doesn't make me think he's anything else but a secondary player. Because I had not heard his name in relation to any other teams. Safety. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys letting me know. All right, awesome. Okay, so let's scroll up here. All the Broncos fans want Dean. I mean, listen, I don't blame them. If the Broncos keep getting better on defense, it is going to be real tough to play them twice a year for all those other teams in the division. It is already tough to play them twice a year. They get Randy Gregory. They already have Bradley Chubb on one side. You get Patrick Surtain. You already have a stud secondary. Don't they have Kyle Fuller as well as a corner, if I'm not mistaken? Formerly of Chicago. They brought him over last year. They got some pieces there, right? You just continue to be better across the board. Got ourselves a pretty good spot there. So we'll see how that goes. Sauceman says Dalvin's brother. Dalvin's brother probably won't be selected until like third, fourth round, probably. He's a smaller version of Dalvin, not as good in my opinion. A Georgia running back for sure. So we know the history of Georgia running backs. I mean, if I had to just name them off the top of my head, Todd Gurley, Nick Chubb, Sony Michel, we know that they can play in the league. But oh my God, he did get drafted. That's why someone said Dalvin's brother. Dude, I thought he was going later. This is an interesting one. Holy moly. Oh my God. Wow. I mean, hey, if they're okay with having Devin Singletary as their starting running back as a smaller stature guy, then why not James Cook, huh? Damn. Okay. Here we go. God, that's crazy. I love it. Now, this is going to be the conversation that a lot of people are going to have this offseason. Do I take Devin Singletary and hope that he maintains the starting role? Or do I take James Cook later on in the draft and, XYZ? Honestly, I'm going to assume by the time we get to August, James Cook is going to be considered the favorite of that backfield and people will be picking him ahead of Singletary, and I don't blame them. But I mean, the reason they picked him is because they know they need running back. Wow. That's just crazy. Dude, I thought this dude was going way later. I thought third round was for sure, but my goodness. How about that? Dalvin in the background, all smiles. Damn, we're doing it, huh? The Buffalo Bills, man, they just keep getting better every year. Josh Allen's the RB1? Yes, that is a fact. Undoubtedly, that is a fact, CB. And no one's going to argue that in any regard. Not at all. But it is promising to see that at the end of last season, when Devin Singletary was given a lead opportunity, like 15 plus touches for 6 consecutive games, the dude was a monster in fantasy. Now, are they going to give that to one running back by the name of James Cook? I don't know. But we'll see. All right, so they pick an outside linebacker. Interesting. Okay, sounds good. Let's go get an outside linebacker, put him up on screen. And that concludes the end of the second round of the 2022 NFL Draft. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Do you guys remember last year? There was a linebacker that was delayed on in terms of being drafted. He got taken by the Cleveland Browns. Do you guys remember who I'm talking about? His initials is JOK, I think. I don't remember the guy's full name. Somebody's got to remind me. It's kind of like that, right? These linebackers, sometimes they just fall in drafts. I don't know why they do, but they just do, because linebacker is not as important. Damn. James Cook to the dude. 3 running backs already taken, a bunch of wide receivers. Man, fantasy's going to be fun this year. It's going to be fresh. That's the best part, man. So many teams moving players. It's just going to be. Whew, can't wait. Can't wait. All right, let's see here. All right, so now that we have established the second round, I have to remove all of these players and picks and change the screen. So I'm going to do that in a second here. We need to turn off all of these logos because I know I'm going to have to move around a bunch of logos for the third round because of how many draft picks were made. But regardless, we got to turn all these suckers off and then turn on all the third round logos and proceed accordingly. So all those are off. So let's go ahead. Let's throw these suckers on the screen. So, okay, again, I'll remove the names in a moment. Let me just go ahead and clear up this by just putting a bunch of teams on the screen for our next round, and then I'll transition the graphic and we'll be good to go for round 3. Couple more teams. Okay, cool. So now what we need to do is turn off all the active names so that we can get ready for this damn next round. Okay. Again, I mean, the fact that there's only one linebacker taken, a couple defensive ends taken in that round. Actually, a lot of defensive ends were taken, outside linebacker, like hybrids. Just the fact that there wasn't many offensive line taken there is very interesting. Very telling how the drop-off exists. All right, who are we missing? We're missing Booth that we have to turn off, and we're missing that offensive lineman that we have to turn off. Okay. Boom. Then we transition, and we're picked 65 through 96. Perfect. All right, now we are sitting comfortable. If I have to make a adjustment to the order, I will accordingly. But for right now, dude, I'm still in shock that James Cook went to Buffalo. Man, I'm just afraid it's a committee, man. That's what I'm afraid of. Like, legitimately, that's my fear. It most likely will be a committee until future notice. Damn. That's going to be interesting. Certainly going to be interesting. Because Devin Singletary finished that 2021 season and into the playoffs very well. Okay. So what are we doing here now? Hurry up, Jacksonville. Let's make this pick. I gotta go see what order has been changed for the round 3 because I know there was a bunch of trades made. Just a fair warning, while I have 85 of you in here, I will not be streaming tomorrow. Rounds 4, 5, 6, I'm just gonna let them go. So this will be the final stream for this week. Again, thank you guys for joining us today in terms of course, talking fantasy football, all that kind of stuff. Before the next pick is made, it has already been made. Never mind. It is a center out of Kentucky. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's throw this young man's name up on the board. Interesting. I mean, you might as well get a center, right? They've already gone ahead and established that Cam Robinson's going to be their left tackle for the next couple of years. They brought in Brandon Scherff, all-pro guard from Washington. You go ahead and improve your center position because Brian Linder, the guy that was there for Jacksonville for the last, 10 years, he did retire. I'm not mad at this. I think this is perfectly fine. You improve the interior of the offensive line. That's only going to help you run the ball. Etienne improves. Trevor Lawrence improves. We keep it moving. All right, Vikings, you're on the clock. Maybe the linebacker is still available for you guys to make the play here. It's very possible. Will Christian Kirk be a top 10 wide receiver this year? Absolutely not. No chance. And I'll tell you why. Doug Peterson offenses have never really accentuated the skills of a wide receiver unless his name is Alshon Jeffrey. I don't remember the last time a Doug Peterson offense had a really stud wide receiver outside of him. Doug Peterson typically focuses on throwing the ball to his respective tight ends, and then everything is secondary. So I think Evan Ingram's going to get a little bit of a boost. I don't know if they still have the other guy that they traded for, but for right now, okay, they went linebacker out of Oklahoma. Interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and throw that guy's name up on the board. Last name is Asamoah. Interesting. Brian Asamoah. Very cool last name. Okay. Next. I mean, again, Minnesota shouldn't be upset. They got themselves a linebacker. They needed one. Regardless of whether, you think he's good or bad or not as good as somebody else, at least they got the player they need. Or the position that they need. Lon says, thanks for the advice and info. No problem, Lon. No problem. Sauceman says, I can see why the Pats are passing on Dean. If that's the case, we drafted Perkins last year, and I don't think he played a single snap due to injury. Yeah, I mean, listen, if injury is the concern, it's gonna play a huge difference. Huge. All right, so the Giants are next. I have to go and check. So it's going to be Giants, then it's Houston, Tennessee, Jacksonville, Chicago, Seattle, Indianapolis, Atlanta. Okay, so the order's fine. So that order's fine. Then we have that. Okay, so the Vikings don't have the 77th pick anymore. It's actually now the Colts. So I got to change that. So let's go ahead and let's change that while this next pick is being made. So this Vikings pick needs to be turned off. Who got picked? They picked the guard. Thank you. Let's go. The Giants are doing what they're supposed to. They're building the offensive line. Let's go. Saquon, maybe this is the year. This is it. The revenge tour. All right, so let's go ahead. I need to find this guy's name. You know what? I don't think I have his name on my list, which would be crazy, but it actually might not be crazy. Joshua Ezeudu. I don't know what the heck this guy's name is, but doesn't look like he's on my screen. Yeah, okay. Photoshop time, boys. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we gotta hop back into the Photoshop, and Throw up this guy's name and figure it out. It's not that bad. You know, when I had my old computer, popping open Photoshop during a live stream was a death sentence, but on this new one, um, it's absolutely no problem. Okay, that's done. File, save as, export. Okay, we can export this image. Done. Close that out, and then let's go ahead and let's add his name to the board. Joshua Izidu, whatever the heck is. I don't know how to pronounce it, but we'll leave it at that for now. Okay. So we'll grab the name. Adjust the graphic on screen. I mean, all right, take it easy. There it is. All right. Congratulations. They are protecting Daniel Jones finally. I mean, I know they've picked offensive linemen in the past, but I'm glad that they're actually making it a priority to start this year because they didn't do anything in free agency, at least. Actually, I mean, yeah, they didn't do much in free agency. Will James Cook end up being better than his brother? No, I don't think so. I think Dalvin Cook's a better talent. But again, thing about Dalvin Cook is that he always gets hurt. And Dalvin Cook has already torn his ACL in the NFL. So there's potential. I just don't look at the Bills offense and think, yeah, that's an offense where they want to give their running back the ball 25 times. It's not. They want to make sure that Josh Allen has, 5 or 7 rushing attempts per game so that he can get his rushing touchdowns and, be a dynamic offense in that regard. So I don't really think he's going to be given a similar opportunity, which will certainly make an interesting play there. Someone said Browns traded up. Okay, so they moved in at interesting. They moved up to number 68. So let's go ahead and let's mess with this a little bit. So the Texans pick needs to be moved to 78, and the Browns pick at 78 needs to be moved down. So we'll do that right now. The Browns need a wide receiver. Unless they plan on signing somebody else this offseason, they need somebody else to help complement, what's his name? Amari Cooper. Okay, so we'll lock these up. What I need to do is I need to get a Colts logo and throw that up onto the screen. Once I get a chance to do that, let's do that right here. Colts are at 77, and then we'll just keep it moving. All right, cool. Thank you, David. Yeah, I got the 77th pick. We're good. I knew the Vikings had traded that, so I had to go find a Colts logo and just throw it in there. Seth says apparently Nakobe Dean opted out of surgery on the pec strain. Well, that could be a red flag because they don't want to draft a player that's going to injure himself and then have to be out for a whole year, huh? Interesting. Jack says, thoughts on Breece Hall's future in New York? I mean, if he could beat out, which he should be able to, he should be able to outright beat out Michael Carter for the spot. It's all going to be a matter of whether or not the Jets have a successful enough offense to keep him as a viable option. He is a capable receiving back. We've seen that in college. And as long as he continues to be utilized as such, I mean, Michael Carter got himself a lot of targets last year, but that wasn't with Zach Wilson. I'm hoping that we at least don't get a committee. The Miz out here making picks. Okay, Miz, what do you got? Cornerback, Martin Emerson. Very well. They traded up. They take a cornerback. I mean, I already think that Cleveland's secondary is actually pretty good. I mean, they've got some players already on it, but if they want to keep improving it, I ain't going to complain. They got to compete again. Like I talked about earlier, when you have to compete with Joe Burrow in that division, you're going to have to stop, somebody. Denzel Ward's not gonna be able to do it by himself the whole season. Someone's got to cover, T. Higgins on the other side. So I'm reading from 8 seconds ago, according to Georgia star Nakobe Dean has not been selected. Obviously, the injury to his pec is one of the reasons why. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. It is what it is. Whoever gets him, I mean, when they decide to, and maybe when he decides to get surgery, they'll be in a fine spot there, but we'll see. All right, so besides the Colts there, I need to refresh this page just to confirm a couple of the picks here. So we have the Colts there. We have they moved. That's fine. Houston has that pick. Yep. All right, Raiders are at 86. Just making sure everything is according. Yep, everything's fine. All right, cool. All right, Titans, what are we doing? I think the Titans desperately need offensive line. So hopefully they're going to do so, but I think they desperately need so. I mean, the couple years ago, if you guys remember, the Titans used a first-round pick on an offensive lineman who is no longer in the league. The guy literally would show up to practice late and got into a couple off-the-field issues. As a NFL player, he went to college parties in his first year. Interesting, huh? And yeah. Oh, they took an offensive tackle. Thank goodness. Let's go. I'm glad they did so because they desperately needed one. Okay, Pettit. Let's see if we can. Yep, we have your name. Perfect. Throw you up on screen. Only helps their entire offense. Specifically, also helps the fact that you have Derrick Henry in the backfield. You need another offensive lineman that open up some holes. Please let Malik go to Seattle, says Adam. I mean, it's possible, man. It is. It very easily is. 72 is not a bad spot. 74 for Atlanta is not a bad spot. Outside of that, I don't see him coming off the board. If Atlanta ignores him again, he's going to be a fourth round, quarterback. Now, don't get me wrong. Fourth round quarterbacks aren't the worst thing in the world. If I'm not mistaken, Kirk Cousins was a fourth round quarterback. It's always possible. You can figure it out. What's up, Paul? How's it going? What happened? He was taking shots at AJ Brown. I have it muted, so I don't even know. That's crazy. Why would you take shots at AJ Brown? Like he was a part of the team just 24 hours ago. Yo, come on. No, Derrick Henry is not the number one running back this season. It is Jonathan Taylor. Nathan. That is my opinion. Linebacker Chad Muma. Okay. Interesting. We'll go ahead and throw him up on the screen for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Very well. Keep it moving. The Chiefs don't have a third? Question mark. I don't believe so unless they traded for one, and I don't know about it. Again, some of my graphics might be wrong because of the trades that occurred in the last round could have affected this round's, but yeah, it depends. Henry was on pace for 2,000 yards. No, I'm clearly aware. You don't have to tell me. I've done all the statistical breakdowns, guys. I'm aware. I just think that it's safer to take Jonathan Taylor because Jonathan Taylor doesn't have as much mileage. Jonathan Taylor's not 28 years old and hasn't touched the ball 400 times each of the last 3 seasons, right? So when we're just talking about pure safety of a top number 1 pick, especially considering many of us have gotten burnt from Christian McCaffrey over the last couple years, I'd like to just go ahead and get a player that I can ensure isn't going to fall apart in a given season. Now, I understand breaking a foot is different than tearing an ACL. I get it. But, let's play it the way it is. I'd rather just be safe with the guy that has less mileage on him. And trust me, I'm aware. I mean, I'm even looking at Henry's breakdown that I have in my Excel sheet. I have so many stats on him. It's insanity. What was his pace? What was his average last year? In the 8 games that he played, he was averaging 27.4 attempts per game and 117 rushing yards per game, 4.28 yards per carry average, 23 fantasy points per game average. Yeah, he's a stud. We get it. But I mean, I think he's in that top 3 conversation. I don't think he's number 1. All right, so Chicago's on the clock. They have 51 seconds left, and they're making their phone call very well. Cornerback or Malik for Seattle? Yeah, it's probably going to be one of the two. I mean, I doubt that they go Malik. I think they're pretty satisfied with Drew Lock at this point and Geno Smith, and I actually don't think he's, dude, it sucks, but I don't think he's going to come off the board anytime soon. And I don't know who's going to take him. Like, really, I don't know who. I guess Indianapolis, but Indianapolis isn't going to do it in the 3rd round. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. They're not trying to prepare for the future. They have Matt Ryan for the next 3-4 years, you know? So a lot of these teams are in interesting spots. Paul says top picks from the 1st round. Top picks from the 1st round. Honestly, the picks weren't even the craziest part. It was the trades that happened during the draft. A couple wide receivers moved from a couple teams. So that was the most exciting part. Ben says, I lost faith in Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, and they also went ahead and they signed D'Onta Foreman. If you guys remember, the replacement for Derrick Henry this last season was D'Onta Foreman. He is now on the Carolina Panthers. He could be, a 1st down guy. He could end up digging into McCaffrey work. I doubt it because McCaffrey's just that much better. But, I mean, I'm sure Carolina understands. Yeah, the Georgia defensive tackle, he's like 6'7", 340. Yeah, he went to the Eagles at number 12. Absolute juicer. The guy is ginormous. All right, we get a wide receiver going to the Chicago Bears. Finally, I'm glad to see it. We get somebody else besides Darnell Mooney and Cole Kmet in that offense to catch the ball. That's great. You continue to build for the young quarterback in Justin Fields. What's this guy's name? Okay, Jones Jr. Let's go find him on the list from. Okay, where are we at? Is this actually another guy that I just don't have on the list? I have so many names of wide receivers and actually don't have him. Okay, we're going back to the Photoshop. Yes, the Georgia defensive lineman Jordan Davis, he ran like a 4.8 or something, 4.9 in the combine at 340. Yeah, he's not a regular human. This is what I always tell people, like especially my friends, like people in the NFL are superhumans. They really are. They are one of one. There's a reason why, the NFL draft only lasts 6 rounds, and there's a reason why these guys are paid as much as they are, because nobody else can do what they do. So Jordan Davis specifically, yeah, he is a freak of nature. Velus Jones Jr. We'll go ahead, throw this guy up on the screen. We need to put wide receiver next to his name. Oops, that's not what I wanted. File, export. I wonder if I could save it over this file. I think I can. Save that, yes. So theoretically, I should be able to just turn this name on, and there he is. Boom. Put him into the right spot. Done. All right, so that's done. Seattle's pick is in. We'll see if it's the quarterback. If it's not, then, so be it. We move on. How are we feeling about Fields this year? I don't really have much hope. Fields was thrown into the fire, but unless the guy is going to figure out somehow, some way of running the ball for 50 yards a game and rushing touchdown per game, his fantasy value isn't going to be worth it. So that's the whole thing. Yes, he showed a lot of promise in some of the games last season, but he also had a couple games where he threw like 5 picks against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, right? So there, I think it's going to take a little bit of time until he fully develops into the quarterback of fantasy purpose. But hey, you never know. He might end up pulling a Jalen Hurts and popping off this year. Alrighty, so we have Seattle on the clock. My voice is slowly but surely disappearing. How many hours in are we? We're almost 3 hours in now. Goodness gracious, the amount of stream I've been on in the last couple days. 4 hours yesterday, 3 hours already today. I again want to thank you guys for coming out, supporting the channel with your viewership. If you guys haven't yet already, be sure to, of course, click the like button down below. Also, another reminder, as you guys always see, Underdog above my head. If you guys haven't checked out Underdog Fantasy, be sure to do so. For those of you who are interested, when you sign up today using promo code Andrew, Underdog Fantasy is willing to match up to $100 of your first deposit. Again, there's Best Ball Mania 3 just around the corner. If I'm not mistaken, they announced it yesterday. Best Ball Mania 3's prize pool is up to $10 million. I don't think I'm leaking anything when I say that. It is going to be absolute chaos, and it's the best way to go ahead, start preparing in terms of drafting players and learning the ADP. So when you get to your draft, whether it is July, August, September, you're not, fumbling picks and trying to figure out who do I draft, or, who's the best value, or when should I be selecting a given player. Kind of gives you a little bit of a, practice run there. I use it as a mock draft, but otherwise, again, if you draft the best team, you win yourself a lot of money in that regard as well. Check them out. There's a link down in the description. Again, you use promo code Andrew. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right. So, what do we got here? Give me 5 weeks and I'll run a 4-7. Imagine. Keep Justin Jefferson over Eckler in a PPR, right? Yes. 100%. Keep Justin Jefferson over Eckler. Yes. It's not even close. Hopefully the Seahawks get Malik Willis or Nakobe Dean. I'll be very surprised if they fall. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, at this point, I'm not surprised if they don't go, either of them. Yeah, but we'll see. I think it would be up to the Panthers if the Seahawks don't take him with this pick. They took a tackle. Great. We love it. They went ahead and they drafted Charles Cross yesterday, and then they went ahead and got it and take a tackle now. They've solidified 2 of their offensive tackles. I mean, it's hilarious that they let Russell Wilson leave, and they're like, yeah, now we're going to draft offensive tackles. What? How? I mean, who's running? What are we doing, right? Like, it's confusing. Abraham Lucas. All right, let's go ahead and throw him on the screen. Let's go find his name. That's just, my brain hurts, guys. It just does. I don't get why some of these teams do this, but hey, it is what it is. The Colts are now going to be on the clock. Colts took their wide receiver a little bit earlier. That's great. I guess they could draft an offensive tackle if they wanted to, because they don't have, they have a solidified one, but he's not going to be he's not a household name. He's not like a Quentin Nelson, right? So outside of that, I wouldn't mind if the Colts went linebacker here. Go get the Georgia guy, but again, they want players they can play now, make immediate impact. We'll see. All right. What the heck is going on here? What are the Colts doing? Why are these kids trolling? I don't get it. All right. Anyway, I'm bored. Continuing on. Let's see here. Any information on any players getting picked? Debo to the Ravens, question mark? Nathan, as much as I'd love to see that, it is unfortunately probably not a reality. If the Ravens had, okay, they took a tight end. I literally thought about tight end, and I was like, oh, you know what? They re-signed Mo Alley Cox. They still have Jack Doyle. Why do they need a tight end? Hey, let's do it. I'm all about it. Helps Matt Ryan. The offense continues to expand. We're all about it. Jelani Woods. Let's go find him. Throw them up on screen. Rookie tight ends. I've talked about it. Outside of, Freiermuth and Kyle Pitts, Evan Ingram, Rob Gronkowski, there really haven't been many good ones in their first season. So the fact that he might be in a committee situation is just an investment for the future. But either way, he's a big, strong kid, so we'll figure it out. Interesting stuff there. Certainly improved their offense in this draft already. Well done by them. Debo to the Chargers. Now, listen, I mentioned it a little bit earlier. I'll go ahead and give you guys my thoughts again on Debo. If the 49ers were going to actively trade him, and they were considering doing so to an extent, they would have given him up to the Jets yesterday for the 10th overall pick, because they could have gotten, the 10th pick, used it on Garrett Wilson if they wanted to, and they could have been done with it and gotten some more picks, but they didn't. They were offered it, they declined it. So, oh my God, the quarterback came off the board. It is Desmond Ridder. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ritter's been taken. Holy moly. Let's go. Former Cincinnati Bearcat. This is a guy that, from everything that I have heard and seen, is immediately could be like, he could start week one and that he'd be okay. He's not going to be, amazing, but he could play week one. He could start week one. I mean, the weapons that surround him aren't the greatest, but hey, they made an investment at quarterback. They did it in the 3rd round. Good for the Falcons. They look like they're pretty excited. They got the guy they wanted. Wow, Malik is fallen draft. Oh man, dude, I don't know who else could. It's the Panthers or bust, right? But the problem is the Panthers don't even pick in this round for Malik Willis. So that's interesting, huh? Anyway, I was talking about Debo. If they were going to trade him, they would have traded him to the Jets, because that was the most draft capital they could have been given for him. Outside of that, that's pretty much it. So I think they're going to keep him and keep it moving. Unless somehow somebody else is going to come back with hey, we'll give you our 1st round for next year. But again, there's no guarantee that that's going to even be a top 10 pick next year, right? The value is going to shift. So let's see here. We got the Broncos next. I'd love to see the Broncos go ahead and take an offensive lineman, make Russell Wilson's life a little bit easier. The Baltimore Ravens still need a receiver. The Colts could probably improve defensive line or outside linebacker in that regard. Houston, I don't really care what they do. The Chargers, they already addressed offensive line. At that point, now you need defensive line. And we keep it moving. Man, Desmond Ridder. Okay, let's go. Oh my God. I thought the tight end pick by the Colts was a surprise. This one was interesting. I always question, hey, is there a possibility that the Falcons go for a quarterback? They didn't until they took the one that I didn't expect them to grab. Which, hey, I mean, I'll take it. This is it's exciting. It's the Eagles on the clock. The Broncos traded back. Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate that. We'll go ahead and adjust that immediately on screen. Let's go ahead. Where the heck are the Broncos? Right here. So let's move them back to the 83 spot, and then we'll grab the Eagles, and we'll move them up to number 75. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, you got a lot of young talent there in Atlanta. You really do. The full reset. Good for them. It's awesome. Alrighty. Texans traded with the Broncos for 75th pick. Is it Texans or is it Eagles? I mean, someone told me the Eagles. Oh, okay. It's the Texans. Okay. No problem. We could fix that very quickly. So it was actually the Texans. So we need to do that. Nope, that's not that. Where's the other Texans pick I have on screen? I got to move some things around now. Where is that Texans pick? Is it this one? That's the 80th pick. So where the heck is the 78th? I don't know where I put that Texans pick at. It's somewhere in my graphic. I just have lost its place. It's all good. We're going to move up. They took Christian Harris. We'll go ahead and throw that on the screen first and foremost. Linebacker. Okay. Another linebacker going. And it is what it is. All right. So we'll move Christian Harris here, and then I'll grab the Texans logo in a second here, and then we'll get it all going. All right, I got to look through this. Where the heck is the Texans logo that I had? Here it is. Found it. All right, so we can move this Texans logo up, and we're good to go. And then I'll readjust everything else. All right, so there you go. Texans at 75. I'm assuming Baltimore's still there. I will go. Let me see if NFL.com has the updated order of this draft. So it will be the Broncos at 80. Wait. The Browns have the 78th pick still? Really? Okay. Interesting. I thought they traded that pick. Very well. Okay, we'll throw the Browns back up. I'm so confused at what the heck is going on here. All right. So where's my Browns? I don't have Browns on the screen, huh? Okay, so that's what I need to do. I need to find a Browns logo and throw it up here. All right, here we go. So they go to 78. So that's the difference. Okay. And then the 80th pick there is no longer theirs. So the Texans pick needs to move. And the Broncos are in that position. Got it. And the Eagles go back to their 83. Okay, now we should be fine. Yeah, we should be fine. Okay, cool. Sorry about that, guys. Just wanted to adjust a couple of the graphics on screen. Did so. What do we got here? Singletary is still the starter. Don't worry. I mean, I'm assuming he is as well. But you never know. Could be 1 week and everything changes, you know? Don't worry, David. Don't worry. Listen, I get it. I get it. I get it. I had to just adjust some stuff. Don't worry. We're fine. Envy says, I've watched a lot of linebacker, and I thought Nakobe Dean was going to be in the first round. Yeah, according to what we've heard, or what Ian Rappaport has said, the reason why he has not come off the board is because of the injury that he has to his pec. So that's unfortunate. Chris meant the Eagles getting Malik Willis. I don't think that's going to be the case either. That would be a little bit. Yeah, I don't think they need that. I think Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback, but obviously he's not going to play like other quarterbacks, right? He's a mobile guy. And that's kind of where the league is kind of shifting in the direction of, but we'll see. It smells like something burning in my house. The air conditioner turned on, it smells like something's burning. That's not a good sign. I don't know what that is, but it is worrisome. It is definitely worrisome. If the Bills would have really needed someone ahead of Singletary, they would have drafted Walker. Don't worry for now. Yeah, we'll see. Malik to the Giants at 81. I wouldn't mind that. I mean, I'm thinking of it right now of teams that are in the rebuilding process that don't need players to help them win right now. the Giants, that's it. There's no one else on screen that needs a quarterback, literally. Because the Colts are in a we want to win the Super Bowl now mode. So at this current moment, there's no reason why they should be investing there. None of these other teams need quarterbacks. Of course, Atlanta would have been the only other option. I guess the Eagles could be a team that could take a flyer on him and try to figure that out if they want to. But, we'll have to wait and see. Saxophonist, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have the Baltimore Ravens made their pick yet? Because they're taking their sweet time for some reason. They're definitely taking their sweet time. What is this? Okay. Yeah, all right. We're just waiting until that comes through. All right, Ravens, what are we doing, huh? I mean, I still think they need a receiver. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Defensive tackle Travis Jones out of UConn. All right, so be it. Uninterested. Don't really care. It is what it is. We move on. Anytime it's a defensive player picked from here on out, I will show no excitement because I'm conserving energy. That's hilarious. They literally just showed film of Travis Jones bull rushing Cole Strange, who was a first round pick for the Patriots, just drove him back 7 yards into the quarterback's lap. That's funny. I mean, I know as a one-on-one pass rush, it's very seldom are you going to ever get one-on-one with a center, but still. All right, there it is. Defensive tackle. I mean, they're going to need a defensive tackle for the future. They're not going to have Calais Campbell for the next 10 years, so they obviously needed to look towards the future, and they did so. All right. Indianapolis Colts, they're picking. I mean, if they go offense again, I will lose my mind because that'll just make it that much easier to trust the Colts offense. Saxophonist says, also, do you have any opinions on who's the top 3 teams in the AFC will be? It's stacked. It is unbelievably stacked. They went offense. Yes, they drafted at left tackle. Let's go. Let's go, baby. All righty, here we go. Okay, so the Colts have invested heavily in offense. I love every second of it because it makes all their pieces that much more, guaranteed to find a little bit more success than they normally would. Man, the Colts they're about it this year. I love it. Again, they're in the win now, kind of position. We have to win the Super Bowl in the next 2 to 3 years. And also, if they've looked at the last 2 seasons, Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay, won the Super Bowl. Matthew Stafford went to the LA Rams, won the Super Bowl. There might be a little bit of a script, psychologically in the NFL where the new quarterback goes to a new team and they win the whole thing. You never know. Okay, anyway, top 3 teams in the AFC right now. I think the Buffalo Bills are number 1. I would probably say that Cincinnati is either 2 or 3. Don't care which order. And who's the last team that is probably in that competition? I'm going to take a bold statement and say that I think the 3rd best team in the AFC is the Chargers. And I might have a little bit of bias there, but it is what it is. Those are my 3 teams that I think are the best right now in the AFC. Now, you could very easily swap any of them with the Chiefs, the Broncos, the Raiders, the Dolphins. Absolutely. The Ravens. Actually not the Ravens anymore. I mean, they're just going to run the ball the whole season. So I don't know about that, but that's where I'm at right now. All right, so we have Cleveland on the clock. Cleveland took a cornerback last time. I would think that, again, They haven't invested in wide receiver, so they're probably unlikely to do so here. If they do, that'd be nice. But it's probably going to be another defensive pick. I would say somebody to rush the passer opposite of Myles Garrett would probably be a good idea, or somebody on the interior defensive line. So we'll see what happens. What are we doing, Brownsies? Who are they selecting? Hurry up. Come on. Enough with the theatricality. Come on. Let's get to it. Pittman going to have good value? Yeah, I think Pittman already, before today, had good value. Yeah, they picked up a defensive end. Perfect. Alex Wright. You need someone to rush out, the opposite side of Myles Garrett, right? So it makes sense. All right, let's go find Mr. Wright. Where is he? I don't think I even have him on my list. I do not. I can confirm I do not have him on my list. All right, we're going back to the Photoshop days. Let's go get another player. Alex Wright at a UAB. Okay. Let's open up this file. Hopefully my computer doesn't explode and we're good to go. Okay. Save that. Nope, don't want to do that. I need to save this as an exported file. And then I need to call it that. And we're good to go. Close that. Let's add a new name. Alex Wright. All right, so who's next on the clock here? I think it was Houston. Was it Houston? No. Houston moved up. Somebody moved down. Was it the Broncos? Oh, it's Cleveland. Okay. Well, no, sorry. It's the Chargers. Okay. Again, Chargers defensive line. That's what I want. That's my preference. Give us interior defensive line because they couldn't stop the run to save their lives last year. So if we can do that a little bit better this year, that'd be greatly appreciated. All right, Alex Wright is on the board, and we're good to go. All right, let me hop back into this YouTube chat. Where the heck is the link? There it is. Okay. Chris says FaZe Rug coming. Interesting. Thoughts on CeeDee Lamb this upcoming season? Should be a top 10 wide receiver. Closer to 10 in my eyes, but he should be. They just need to create more plays that guarantee him getting the ball. That has been the biggest issue, in my opinion, thus far from what we've seen from him. There were a lot of mouths to feed last year, but there aren't, I can't name, because when you're a wide receiver at that caliber, on that good of a team, when you're leading the league in scoring, I can't imagine your best wide receiver not having 5 to 6 guaranteed plays where the ball is at least being launched in his direction. When you're getting low target games, low catch games, it is a little bit alarming. So him and Dak need to lock this in, and they got to get it going. I mean, I'm anticipating, top 10 potential, and that's where I kind of have him at this point. What do you think about RT issue for the Chargers? I hate it. I talked about it yesterday. The right tackle for the Chargers is terrible. I thought that's what they were going to do, is take the right tackle, and they went with a guard yesterday, which is fine. It is what it is. If they want to improve that, if they go right tackle right now, I'd be ecstatic because their offense would be unstoppable at that point. Justin Herbert is so damn good that, it doesn't even matter what you put in front of him defensively. He'll find an open target. If you give him more time, it's just going to make it that much easier because Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Gerald Everett, Austin Eckler, somebody will get open on the field. But honestly, I'd rather, as a Chargers fan, not thinking fantasy-wise, as a Chargers fan, I'd rather see a defensive tackle taken because really they couldn't stop a nosebleed last year, much less stop the run. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, Storm Norton is not good. I mean, the amount of times, the worst part is that the most important game of the season, which is the final game, Week 18, Monday Night Football, when they played against the Raiders, Max Crosby just worked him, like absolutely destroyed him for the entire game. We need someone that can hold that pass rush, right? Because when you're playing against Max Crosby and then now Chandler Jones, and then you have Randy Gregory and Bradley Chubb in Denver, you need tackles that are going to be able to hold. Otherwise, we're in trouble, right? So at this point, we just wait and just hope for the best. Austin Eckler's out there. Hopefully, he's going to be announcing. You know what the worst case scenario would be right now? If they announced drafting a running back, I would cry. I'd actually turn off the stream. If I'm telling you guys right now, if the Chargers draft a running back, the stream's off. Okay? I'll turn it off. I'm leaving. I'll see you guys in a couple months. They drafted a safety, that's fine. As long as the safety can come up and make some plays and stopping the run, that's all you need, man. Come on. This team sucks at stopping the run. It is just embarrassing. All right, JT Woods. Throw him up on the screen. So be it. The Chargers have been relatively quiet with their first couple picks. So be it. Broncos are next. Let's see what the Broncos want to do. Nathan says, is Josh Jacobs a number, or is he a number 2 RB going forward? Yeah, I think he's an RB2. Certainly, he's definitely no longer going to be in the RB1 category because Kenyon Drake coming back, the way that the offensive coordinator / head coach of the Raiders now, Josh McDaniels, likes to run his backfields. We've seen it, right? Where James White, Sony Michel, Rex Burkhead could be a 3-headed monster in one backfield. So I'm assuming he'll have a little bit of a committee situation, but I still do think that Josh Jacobs will be eating the vast majority of touches, same way that Damian Harris did last year. Is he going to get 15 rushing touchdowns? Probably not, but I still think that Josh Jacobs is capable of being a top 24 back for sure. All right, Broncos, what are we doing, guys? Tight end. All right, so everybody who thought Albert Okwuegbunam was going to be the next explosive play, that is no longer the case. They went and they drafted potential competition for him. Interesting. Is this guy a receiving tight end or is this guy a blocking tight end? That's actually the real question. I mean, I'll watch film in the future, but because if he's a receiving tight end, then yeah, we have ourselves an interesting case here for Albert. All right. It's funny too. I mentioned it earlier that the Giants need a tight end, and then a tight end gets taken right in front of them because they no longer have Gerald Everett. I mean, not Gerald Everett. They no longer have Evan Ingram. They no longer have Kyle Rudolph. They have Jordan Akins as a starting tight end, which is not going to cut it. So the Giants probably will eventually take a tight end. I don't know if it's this pick, but they've already gone ahead. They took defensive end, they took offensive tackle, and they've taken offensive guard thus far. So they've definitely solidified their trenches a little bit more. It's just a matter of what they want to do now here. They've also taken wide receiver with Wandale earlier today. Cornerback, Cordero Flott. Okay, very well. Let's see here. Let's go to the cornerback section. Throw him on screen. And we keep it moving. Hopefully, the Atlanta Falcons here take an offensive lineman. That's my hope. For selfish reasons. And then we keep it moving. Why are these Giants fans completely losing their minds? What in? I don't even know what the heck that was. Speaking of running backs, I heard the Bears might not keep Montgomery. I mean, it's not crazy. I mean, if yeah, I don't think it's crazy. Look, David Montgomery's a good running back, but you know the longevity of a running back isn't that much. But that being said, unless they draft a running back this year, I'd be pretty. Yeah, I'd say Montgomery is going to be safely like a top 15 back this year. Because Khalil Herbert's really not going to do much. They got him. Oh, D'Angelo Malone. Okay, they want to draft another defensive end. Very well. Let's go find Malone's name. Throw him up on screen for the Falcons. I'm glad. The draft is starting to move up actually with some pace here. Players are coming off the board quickly. We're not wasting time. But yeah, I mean, look, I think Montgomery is a great running back. The whole question is whether or not they draft another running back. Because if they do, then he's in jeopardy of potentially losing his job if they don't want to extend him for a fifth year, etc. But what's that mean for Josh Jacobs? What do you mean by that, David? Because I know that earlier today, the Raiders decided not to pick up Josh Jacobs' fifth-year option. So that means he's going to be a free agent next year, which means that they're probably going to run Josh Jacobs into the ground this year. And then the Raiders will draft another running back either at the end of this draft or next year. So, yeah, that's where Josh Jacobs currently sits. New York Giants and New York Jets fans are the worst. I grew up in Buffalo. Interesting. Chris says Broncos have an A+ draft, in my opinion, with the two picks that they've selected so far. I mean, only time will tell. I don't really like giving grades for drafts because really a draft should only be graded 5 years after the fact. Have the players panned out. Have the players, busted or actually played at their level. And that's the whole thing. Savior, yeah. Listen, Nakobe Dean is still on the board because of his injury. That is what all signs are pointing to at this moment. Yeah, he's hurt. That's the reason why. But I mean, with that said, you wouldn't think that the injury is so devastating that it would drop him down this many picks. Like the number 12 pick was a guy that has torn his ACL from Alabama wide receiver, right? So it's interesting. And yeah, Sauceman says it. Dean opted out of surgery. Yeah. When you opt out of surgery, if somebody drafts you and then you re-injure it, or you actually do need a second opinion and they say you need surgery, then the whole pick is a waste, right? Because you're going to have to wait till 2023 for him to play. But I don't know. I mean, there must be something else, because I wouldn't mind if I know I'm going to draft a player and he's going to play for me for the next 8 years. I wouldn't mind him missing one of those 8 years, as long as I know for the rest of the time he's going to be healthy and ready to go. But maybe there's something else. Thought Mechie would fall further. I mean, wide receivers, man, they flew off the board this year. They're going to continue to fall off the board, or fly off, fly onto the board in this regard. Every year from here on out, man. Wide receivers, quarterbacks, cornerbacks, defensive ends. These are the positions that win or lose you football games in the playoffs. I mean, think about it, right? The Rams won because of the quarterback wide receiver combo of Kupp and Stafford. And then on the other side of the ball, won because their dominant pass rusher was able to get to the quarterback when it mattered most, right? So, of course, those are the positions that people are going after. And Jalen Ramsey blew like 7 coverages. Jalen Ramsey's the funniest guy. He's actually a good cornerback, but he seems to fall down a lot for some reason. Hilarious. Okay, dokie. Let's see here. Again, I want to thank you guys for being here today. There's about 57 of you left in the chat concurrent. I appreciate that. Is this the guy that used to be a long snapper for the team, turned magician for the Eagles? I think that's what this guy is. Do you guys think that there'll be a punter taken in the 3rd round? Probably not, right? That wouldn't make sense. You guys remember a couple years back, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers drafted that kicker in the 2nd round, and the guy just was the worst kicker of all time? Man, those are the things that really just I don't forget those things because it's just so devastating. You wasted a 2nd round pick on a kicker, and the guy was just so bad. The Eagles did it. There we go. Okay. The Eagles. Finally. Somebody did it. I've been waiting to throw this guy's name up on the board. Here we go. Thank you. Alrighty. Well, the Eagles, man. Jordan Davis, A.J. Brown, Nakobe Dean. The Eagles. They're doing it. Just got to make sure this guy stays healthy. Go get surgery if you need to. And we'll figure it out. A lot of teams had an opportunity to take him. A lot of teams did. They obviously didn't feel comfortable enough. Alrighty. So the Pittsburgh Steelers are next. Please pick offensive line. That'd be greatly appreciated. That's all I'm asking for. Because I think Pittsburgh went wide receiver earlier. They went wide receiver and quarterback so far. Just go offensive line and do what the Indianapolis Colts are pretty much doing. Are they comparing him to Jonathan Vilma? Interesting. Okay. Vilma was so damn good for the Jets and the Saints. Alrighty, here we go. All right, then we have the Patriots after. They're going to make a pick that I'm going to have to go make another Photoshop file out of because I'm not going to have the name on the screen because they're drafting guys from God knows where. And then the Raiders make their first selection of the draft. Interestingly enough, the Raiders get on the board at 86 for the first time. And then we got a bunch of teams that are obviously in the hunt for trying to get to the Super Bowl in the upcoming years. And then we have some compensatory picks at the end of the round 3. I think it's like picks 97 to like 105 or 106. I'll probably bounce before those picks are even announced because this will be, by the time we get to the Broncos at 96, it'll be 4 hours in. Yeah, and I'm going to lose my mind if I have to stay here any longer. Your boy's hungry, okay? I don't keep this physique because I don't eat. I definitely eat, I'm trying to get some food in my stomach immediately. Let's see. Yeah, Jordan Davis, of course, is happy. Why wouldn't he be? Gets to play with his teammate from college. That's great. All right, Steelers, come on. Offensive line. Let's do it. Come on. Let's not mess around here. Pick an offensive guard or a center, and let's keep it moving. Defensive tackle, of course. All right, well, they couldn't stop the run last year, so it sort of makes sense, but not happy about it. I mean, at least. DeMarvin Leal. Do I even have him on my page? I do. There it is. Did he even play defensive tackle in college? Because I have him as a defensive end on my list. That's where I found him as. Interesting. Okay. I mean, yeah, listen, if I don't know how many years Casey Hayward has left. He's been great for them, but I don't know how many years he's got left. They got to replace him eventually with somebody, right? So, Jeff says, do you know when Underdog will have their best ball drafts available? Not seeing them up. Yeah, so the Best Ball Mania 3, which is the giant offseason contest, will most likely be officially active after the NFL draft is complete. So after the final draft pick is complete and all those names are collected and put on specific teams, because they have to anybody that's drafted has to be kind of input into their system. After that's all inputted, I'm assuming that's when they'll activate it and the NFL best balls will be available to draft. Again, use promo code Andrew. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see here. Andrew, who's the worst team in the league in your opinion? I still think the worst team in the league is the Jets. I still believe that's the case. Okay, the Patriots went with a cornerback, Marcus Jones. We'll throw him up on screen. Yeah, I still truly do believe that the Jets are not a good team. They've made some moves. Don't get me wrong, they have, but it's just, especially to compete in that division now, where you have to play against the Dolphins, Buffalo Bills, and the Patriots that are all, I mean, they're all good teams right now. They're still going to be one of the worst teams. Outside of them, it's probably the Falcons, Texans. Yeah, it's that range. It's those teams in that little clump that are going to maintain the bottom. I think Seattle can win a couple games, even with Drew Lock at quarterback. I still think they can win some games because I think there's a lot of talent across the board on that team. But yeah, right now that's where I'm at. I mean, the Giants are probably still one of the worst teams, but hopefully the change of coach is going to make a big difference because Joe Judge was horrible. Joe Judge was really bad. And Daboll, the former offensive coordinator of the Buffalo Bills, coming over, he'll certainly make a huge difference, I believe. All right, so Raiders. I think Raiders should go secondary. That is my opinion. Or go offensive line. If they go wide receiver, that would be insanity. I doubt it. Wide receiver hasn't come off the board in quite some time because it's pretty much disappeared after Sky Moore come off the board. So we're probably in a spot here where it's cornerback or O-line. Hopefully. Raiders traded out. Oh, they did. All right. We got the Titans in. All righty. So we'll go ahead and adjust that right now. Move the Raiders down the board to 90, and then the Titans can move up to 86. Okay. How about that? Interesting. All right, so we'll put that there. Yeah, Texans are one of the worst teams. Like I was saying, it's the Texans, the Jets, the Falcons, and the Giants. Those are still the worst teams in the league by far. Okay. Even with that said, even with them being some of the worst teams in the league, they're still going to win games, you know? Like if you guys remember, the Titans lost to the Jets last season, you know? If you guys remember with Adam Gase in 2020, the Jets were able to the Jets even beat the Bengals last year, guys, with Mike White at quarterback. The Jets beat the Bengals. Can you imagine that? So it's any given Sunday, right? But ultimately, in terms of talent on page right now, on paper, those are still some of the worst teams. Alrighty. What are we doing here, Titans? Let's get it going. We've got what? 3, 6, 9, 10 more selections. We're just hoping that we can get through these, man. I'm hungry. All right. So, let me move this forward to me. Okay, so Titans. They went cornerback with their last pick, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, they went offensive line and cornerback. So, it wouldn't surprise me if they went offensive line again. They need it. Their offensive guards suck. Like, they're just not... They lost Roger Saffold, who was a great run blocker. So, they need to go ahead and potentially replace that. Hopefully. If they don't, then, yeah, just whatever they want to do defensively. As for Arizona, love to see them draft offensive line. Don't need any other weapons. Dallas, kind of in the same position. I don't mind if they draft offensive line because they don't need weapons. All right, Titans, what are we doing? Are they going to draft Malik Willis? They took Malik Willis. Holy crap. Let's go. He actually went to a good team. That's huge. That's actually great. Good for him. He went to a good team. I mean, look, Tannehill's got a couple of years left, and then it'll be his time to shine. Oh, all right. I'm not mad at that at all. Let's go. I'm sure he's mad because it took him this long to get drafted, but hey, I'm sure he's happy as hell as well. That's great. Let's go. All right, Malik Willis. Congrats. Tennessee Titans. All righty. Here we go. That's really interesting. I mean, as a third round pick, I didn't see that one coming. I'll tell you that much. That's crazy. I'm actually curious. I looked at it earlier. Ryan Tannehill. We talked about it earlier that they have an opt out in 2 seasons, so they could move on. I think I mentioned it like way earlier in the stream where they owe him $50 million in the next 2 years. The cap hit is ginormous in the next 2 years, so it's going to be a matter of probably 2025. Sorry, 2024. Yeah. Oh, actually, they can opt out of his contract after this year if they wanted to. But the dead cap hit is almost 19 million. I don't think they're going to. I think they'll probably keep Malik Willis as the backup. If Ryan Tannehill really falls off the rails, then, the changing of the guard could happen this year. And then they'd opt out of the Tannehill contract in 2023 and be done with him. So it's possible. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Damn, that's awesome. Alrighty, the Tennessee Titans, huh? Let's go. Interesting. All right, Arizona time. Let's go. Pick offensive line. Let's do it. Soon to be hangry if this draft don't speed up. Listen, I fast for majority of the day, so I haven't eaten since yesterday, and I'm getting to that point at this moment. I'm getting to that hangry sense. Yeah, no, 100%. You asked me earlier, hey, what about upgrading from Tannehill? Do you think they do it? And I was like, I think they owe him too much money. Hey, it's looking like it's more. I mean, it solidified itself at this point. Yeah, when I looked at it last time, I saw his opt out, and I didn't even like register in my mind. Yeah, they have an opt out this year, like after this year. So 2023, it could be his team. We'll see. Wow. All right, Cardinals, what are we doing here? Please draft an offensive tackle or guard. Defensive end. Okay, that's fine. They got to replace what's his name? Chandler Jones. That's fine. Cameron Thomas. Go ahead and throw him up on screen. All right, where are our resident Dallas fans? What do we want here, huh? Z-Lug says, damn, I was hoping that the Chargers would have drafted the linebacker from Georgia, Dean. Yeah, I mean, everybody skipped on him. Everyone. Crazy. Absolutely insanity. But the Eagles ended up striking at 83. Bring some burritos on screen. No, I don't eat out. I don't ever eat out. So I'd have to go make something and then come back, And by the time I go make something and come back, the draft is done. So yeah, but yeah, I don't eat anything from outside. I've always been a eat at home, or at least for the last couple of years I have been. Let's see here. Number 88 pick. All right, what are they doing? They got Emmitt Smith making the pick. All right, cool. Watch, they're gonna draft the running back. Imagine. No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke. They don't need any more running backs. They just got to get rid of Ezekiel Elliott's contract. That's it. Wide receiver, actually, I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I think they need one. They got rid of Cedric Wilson and Amari Cooper, so might as well take another receiving option. Jalen Tolbert. Nice. Let's go. You gotta retool a little bit, right? There we go. Dak gets another weapon. Awesome. Clean. And also, if Michael Gallup can't return from his ACL injury quick enough, then we sit in a situation where Tolbert might have to play a little bit more. I mean, I know they got James Washington. They signed him from Pittsburgh, but I mean, he's not going to do anything, right? So try to build this young talent. Cowboys need to draft a coach. Oh no, listen, Zulugs, the Cowboys are gonna have thing next year. What's his name? Sean Payton. That's why he left the. That's why he left the Saints. It's because everyone said he's gonna go ahead and be the next coach of the Cowboys, right? All right, what are we waiting for? Go make the pick, my guy. Goodness. Alrighty. So the Bills have another pick here. Thinking of what they need. I wouldn't be surprised if they ever drafted wide receiver. Because they really I wouldn't I think that they could. And actually no. They already have Isaiah McKenzie. They brought him back. They still have Davis. They just brought in Crowder. They still have Diggs. Now they have 4 solid receivers. But if they really wanted to, they could. But I don't think it's necessary. So just draft a defensive end and let's keep it moving, or a defensive tackle and let's keep it moving. Titans are making some crazy picks. I hope it all works out. Yeah, listen, I hope every pick works out, but unfortunately, the nature of the business is that they're not going to. A lot of them are not going to pan out. And the chances of this draft even having a single Hall of Famer is rare, you know? Like, you just don't know what's going to happen when. We'll see what happens ultimately. But the Titans certainly made an investment for their future. This guy's yelling at the top of his lungs. I mean, I can't hear it because I have it muted, but this guy is like straining when he's yelling. I know this guy's on Good Morning Football. I forget his name. They took a linebacker, Terrell Bernard. Okay. Okay, Bernard, there you go. Welcome to the squad. I think like I was mentioning, the Raiders should go offensive line or secondary. That is what I mentioned when they were at 86. They moved back, but I certainly still believe they should go and draft offensive line or secondary. Whether they choose one over the other doesn't matter to me. Obviously, an offensive line built out would be a little bit easier for Derek Carr to function back there, but we'll see. Cracking my knuckles at this point. Some of these war rooms are just built different. Like, they have like 25 people in this one room. It's absolute insanity. Okay, so Tampa Bay. What the heck are they going to do? It wouldn't surprise me if Tampa Bay took a running back. I mean, they probably don't have to do it at the 3rd round. They can probably do it later. But because they don't have Ronald Jones, and we know that Leonard Fournette is aging, I wouldn't be surprised if they ever went running back. All right. All right, let's go. Come on, Raiders. Make the pick. Let's keep it moving. All right, let me check my phone, see if Twitter's got anything. Alrighty. Marcus Allen, is that who's reading the next pick? There it is. Alrighty. So, if my assumption is correct, let me see who's available at offensive line still here. It's kind of disappeared slowly but surely. Not too many like crazy names. I mean, obviously we're at the end of the third, practically the fourth round at this point. Oh my god, they're gonna stall this long. My mind is gonna explode. Oh, goodness. What a draft, huh? Wait, what the heck? Okay, come on. Make the pick. Let's go. Hurry up. Dylan Parham guard. Thank you. Okay, good. They made the offensive line pick. Let's keep it moving. Who's next? Bucks, get your pick ready. We're not wasting any time. Keep it moving. Let's go. Come on. Draft about to crawl to a halt. Dude, it really is right now. Good. They needed an offensive line improvement, and I think this will definitely help. We just got to keep it moving. Come on. Hurry up. Tampa Bay, tell me the pick is in. Green Bay, draft another offensive lineman. Let's go. Are we going back to commercial again? Dude, what are we doing? I get it. You're trying to sell ads, but my goodness. Okay. So considering we've seen three quarterbacks off the board, I don't think there'll be another one until mid fourth, until like Carolina or the Saints want to invest in one. At this point, we're just sitting here watching some of the top tier teams pick guys that I don't even like. What does Tampa Bay need? Offensive line? No. They just drafted offensive linemen. They don't need receivers unless they really do feel like Chris Godwin's ACL is going to be a problem. They need running back for the future, but not right now at least. So they probably just go draft like secondary. Go grab another cornerback. Just add to it. Go grab another defensive end. Replace JPP. If you can. I don't think it's possible, but you could try. Okay, enough of the commercials. Hurry up. The pick is in. Let's go. Tom Brady. We get it. Retired for 40 days. Came back. Yeah, I'm beginning to get impatient, as you can tell, Silver Soul. The Kobe Dean steal, yes, I wanted him at 18. Yeah, listen, I think he's a great steal. It's just a matter of what the injury is entailed with. Like, is he actually going to miss a significant amount of time? Is he actually going to need to have surgery? Is there other injury concerns that we are not privy to because we don't have the physical report? That those could be factors as to why he went as late as he did. But yes, I'm beginning to get impatient with the amount of commercials I've seen today. That's where I'm at. And the fact that the Rams haven't picked and the Chargers haven't really made too much noise. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, not as many trades as yesterday, not as many like explosive plays. Don't get me wrong. I love seeing 3 running backs taken in the second round, quarterback taken there, the amount of wide receivers that have gone, the amount of offensive linemen that have been taken, but all this defensive mumbo jumbo, miss me with it. I don't care. I really don't. Because I guarantee you, in about, let's think here, about 6 months from now, at the end of October, I'm going to be, shit talking some of these defensive rookies that were drafted, being like, yo, they drafted this guy this offseason. He's the worst coverage corner in the league. Play your wide receivers against them. I'm waiting for it because I know it's coming. We do it every year. No, listen, I'm not in any rush to leave. I just want the picks to be made because I'm curious as to what they're going to be. Because you never know, especially at the end of day 2, because this is the end of day 2. I'm just trying to see if anybody's going to make any crazy picks or any crazy trades to come up and try to grab somebody. So once we get to 96, that'll be it. I'll call it at that point. It'll be a 4-hour stream. Probably 4 hour 15 at that point. But yeah, no, I'm in no rush to go. Let's see here. Okay. Is anyone even watching this boring draft on television? I don't think so. I mean, oh, they went running back. Let's go. I told you guys, Leonard Fournette isn't going to be there for much longer. All right. Rachaad White. Here we go. Get me a little bit of juice. Come on. Throw him up on screen. Fine, at least somebody else gets taken. Damn. I was waiting for running backs to go. Fine. Okay, but look, here's the thing. For fantasy purposes, I'm fairly certain they just gave Fournette a pretty little contract. Let me check here. Leonard Fournette. Let's see what kind of contract they're dealing with here. So okay, so he's technically under contract till 2023, and then they have the potential opt-out in 2024. So technically it's a 3-year deal. So if they wanted to, they could lose him in a couple years, but at least they add something to the mix. If Leonard Fournette goes down with an injury, which we know he's done many times in his career, even going back to last season, we at least have some sort of talent that we can grab as a handcuff. Luckily. All right, Packers, come on, baby. Draft another quarterback. It's a joke. Relax, everybody. Please draft offensive line or wide receiver, tight end. Do something like that. There we go. Offensive tackle. Let's go. UCLA. Here we go. Now we're starting to move. Now we're starting to get some pieces. Sean Ryan. Okay, let's go find his name. Boom. Okay, back-to-back, 3 consecutive offensive players. Now the juice is starting to come back. The energy's starting to rise from Andrew. I'm beginning to feel a little bit more excited about this because, I mean, let's be honest. The Packers have not spent any first-round picks on wide receivers and offensive tackles. They've always found their guys in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th rounds. Always. They still do. Like Bakhtiari was a 4th rounder. Runyon was a 6th rounder. We talk about their best wide receivers were almost all 2nd rounders, right? So this is where they make their moves. I'm good with it. We're good to go. 49ers on the clock. They already went with defensive end. They should go linebacker or safety at this point. Whoever number 1 is on the 49ers, the guy that dropped a pick against the Rams in the NFC Championship game. Is that Dr. Disrespect making the pick? Oh my God. Oh my God. The doc. Oh my goodness. My man. I got to listen to this one. Hold up. What is this? Okay, dude. Oh my God. Running back. Oh no. No, they picked a running back. No. Oh, Dr. Disrespect's the best, man. Oh, this guy is hilarious. They picked a running back? No. But why? Actually, but why? You have Mitchell. You just drafted Sermon. But why? They just re-signed Jeff Wilson. How many running backs could you need? Oh my God. My soul is just. All right. Anyway, Doc made that hilarious, but at the same time, I do not like the fact that they just drafted a running back, and it's a running back that's not even on my list, huh? What's his name? Davis Price is his last name? Where the heck is this guy? I don't have him on my list. Okay, we're gonna go to the we're going to the Photoshop. They went running back. Dude, Elijah Mitchell was so good for them last year. Like, what more do you want? Are they going to just take all of Deebo Samuel's rushing attempts and give it to another running back? I mean, if they want to, that's fine. I know Deebo wants to get paid like a receiver. He wants to stop running the ball so he doesn't, cut off his career any more than it has to be. But, okay, the Carolina Panthers have traded in. Are they going to take Matt Corral here? That's the question. All right, let me go ahead. I need to find this guy's name. I think I have it here if I just update. Here we go. Okay, perfect. We paste this guy's name here. Oops. There it is. Running back. I don't know, man. Kyle Shanahan is a psychopath. The amount of running backs this man has on roster at a time. Like, I understand 49ers running backs are predisposed to getting injured. I get it. But, come on. A third-round running back again? Again? Why do you got to play with our hearts like this, man? I'm trying to invest in Elijah Mitchell everywhere this year. And you're doing this to me? Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Okay, so we'll go ahead, shrink the name, put it in the right spot. Carolina moved up. I will go ahead and accordingly put that in the right spot. So let's lock this guy in. All right, Carolina, what are you guys up to, huh? I got to go find a Carolina logo on top of it because I don't even know. Did they pick in the second round? I don't think they did. I just have to go find the outright logo, I think. Where is my logos? Okay, grab Carolina. I know it's ginormous. Relax, everybody. We're fine. We're doing this on the fly, quite literally. Okay, and then we got to move the 49ers logo down a bit. Actually, they're just moving out of the round as a... Oh, sorry, the Patriots. It's not 49ers. The Patriots are moving out of the round as a whole. Okay, so be it. Okay, so there we go. Carolina in at 94. Dude, I don't even know anymore. I'm just so confused. Why? Just why? I mean, it's just another running back they're going to grab, and then they're just going to... He's just going to get lost in the depth chart. He is. All right, so what does Carolina need? Obviously, a quarterback. Are they going to take one in the third round? They certainly could. Is that what they want to do? No clue. But at this point, I'm thinking the lady's still talking, but I'm assuming the only reason you would trade back into the third is to grab the quarterback before the fourth round tomorrow. Just so you can fly the player out by tomorrow morning. That's my thought process. So whoever it ends up being, yeah, Matt Corral. Okay. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because why else would you trade back into the first? So there we go. Another quarterback taken. Desmond Ritter went at 74. Malik Willis at 86. And now we got Matt Corral at 94. All right. Third round quarterbacks. We'll see if these guys, become anything. What's up, Dirtbag? How's it going? Dude, you got to change your YouTube name. You have to change your Google account name because I hate calling you Dirtbag. It just seems wrong. You feel me? All right, there we go. Listen, we finally got onto a streak. 90 through 94, all offensive players. Now we're in a great position, right? I'm okay with this. This is fantastic. Anytime we can get into a position where we're at least kind of getting the offensive players off the board, fantastic. We'll take it. So the next 2 picks, as much as I'd like them to be offensive related, it's most likely not going to be. I'm thinking the Bengals don't really need much offense. If they were ever going to pick an offensive player, it would have to be, an offensive guard to fill in their right guard or left guard spot, or a receiver, because they were going to eventually get rid of Tyler Boyd. So those are the only 2 that I could see them doing. Outside of that, I'm thinking it's probably defense, which makes sense. Let's see here. Dirtbog, what did you say? I won my fantasy league mostly because I listened to... Glad I could help in anyway, man. Glad I could help in anyway. Listen, Silver Soul, I swear, I'm not even kidding. During the regular season, like on a Sunday morning, I'll be like, oh, okay, Dirtbag sent in a question. It's like, people might be thinking that I'm calling some random dude a Dirtbag, right? But it's like, that's just what his name is. What am I to do? I can't do nothing about it. I might just call you DB. Like, that might be it. Just DB. DB4. I think it'll probably have to just be DB from here on out. Just keep it to 2 initials. Chris was saying Marcus Jones, the cornerback, and Leo, the linebacker to the Broncos in 96, please. Listen, you might get one of 2. Do they need another cornerback? I mean, if they want to continue to get better in the secondary, let me go check something real quick. Let's go see who the worst player on the Broncos is right now. Let me go look at their depth chart. So if we go to the Denver Broncos, let's go to their lineup, depth chart. Okay. So let's see. Interior defensive line would be smart. Ronald Darby didn't play well last year. He could be replaced. Because, I mean, Surtain's fine. Justin Simmons is fine. Kareem, no. Offensive line is okay. They'll get better. Interior defensive line or secondary, yeah. Or another corner. Let's see here. They took a defensive tackle so Cincinnati took who? Zachary Carter. Okay, that's fine. I mean, they were already good at stopping the run last year, but they want to get better at it, by all means. That's how you do it. The Colts have traded in to the 3rd round. Okay, so let me go ahead and let me change that real quick. The Broncos are no longer there, and the Colts have taken their position. Whoever was... What the heck did I just do? That was a mistake. Let's delete that. Remove. Whoever was just... I think it was Chris talking about the potential of them getting one of those players. It's probably not in the cards right now. Okay. I don't even think I have the guy's name that got drafted to the Bengals. I'm looking at my defensive line. Maybe he's at an end position. It's okay. The stream is pretty much done at this point. Let's see what the Colts do. Let me listen to this. What are they going to do here? Nick Cross, DB. Okay. So be it. Okay. Well, there it is. There is going to be, I'm assuming 5 or 6 more compensatory picks of players that are going to come off the board to teams that are getting their compensation at the end of the 3rd round. This is where I'm going to call it, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you guys once again for watching. Whether you've been here just today or were here yesterday for 8 hours of nonstop fantasy football-esque streams and, implications, all this kind of jazz. I appreciate you guys supporting the channel, clicking the like button, of course, with your viewership. Be a friend, tell a friend. I understand that telling people in your league, especially when you play for money, is tough, but hey, it certainly does help me out a lot. Either way, thank you all for watching. Be sure to check out Underdog Fantasy if you haven't already. And when you do sign up, use promo code Andrew. You get a deposit match up to $100. Basketball Mania 3 is just around the corner. I think, if I'm not mistaken, has a $10 million prize pool. A lot of big things coming down the corner. So, again, thank you, everybody, for watching. And until next time, I don't know when that'll be. I appreciate y'all. And what I'll do everybody a favor. I will end the stream out on a good note, and I'll end it on my intro music. So, thanks, y'all. And until next time, I'll see you guys. Peace.